Chapter 794. Lin Tian raised his hand and waved the towering heaven sword art with the high-grade, Dao, weapon-grade fine gold sword he had just obtained. In an instant, the sharp sword aura was frightening. It was at least 3 meters long and headed straight for the evil zombie's glabella. The yang seizing land absorbs the yang qi of all living beings that enter it. That's why we feel sleepy after entering this place. A lot of our yang qi has already been taken away, secretly. Now our techniques and spells have become weaker, he said. Hearing this, the Bai siblings frowned. Wuxing Crocodile stared. What the hell? How can a piece of broken land absorb yang qi? Wuxing Crocodile scolded. Is there a way to solve this? Bai Qiu was more concerned about this. At this moment, being in this kind of terrain, their yang qi was constantly being sucked away. Moreover, they were facing a terrifying evil zombie. The situation was really terrible. Yes, immediately. Lin Tiandao. The yang seizing land was not a shocking situation. It was just a relatively ordinary situation. It was not difficult for him. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet flickered and entered the bodies of the 2 people and the crocodile one after another, directly isolating this yang seizing land. The yang qi in his body no longer flowed out. In just an instant, the Bai siblings and Wuxing Crocodile felt much better. The feeling of sleepiness did not worsen. Wuxing Crocodile said, although it said that its expression was still very ugly. This was because the evil zombie was constantly pouncing towards them. This thing was much more dangerous than the yang seizing land here. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. Beat it back and get out of here. Lin Tiandao. He used the towering heaven sword art to its current limit. The strange phenomenon in his sea of consciousness also shone brightly. The yin and yang qi were incomparably dense. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu put away Wang Yu and used the Bai family's profound technique together. The high-grade Dao weapon was activated. Instantly, divine shadows filled the sky and pressed towards the evil zombie from different angles. Wuxing Crocodile naturally also supported the great ability of the demon race. The high-grade Dao weapon was activated, causing the space to crackle. Boom! For terrifying forces fused together. It was simply like a stormy sea that swept through the space in all directions. Jie. The evil corpse laughed strangely. At this time, it seemed to have become even stronger. Under such a violent attack, it actually wasn't pushed back. Amidst the sea of destructive divine abilities and secret techniques, it slowly strode towards the 3 of them. Its fingernails were as long as chopsticks. I'll go. Wuxing Crocodile widened its eyes, and its scales stood up. At the same time, the fight in this place naturally alarmed the other cultivators in the depths of the stone room. Some of the cultivators heard the commotion and looked over, and all of their expressions changed. This is... that corpse, when did it appear? Those people are actually being suppressed. These people were surprised. Previously, when they were above, they had witnessed the might of Lin Tian, Bai Ziki, and Bai Qiu. Killing a half-step great Dao realm expert was as easy as chopping grass. But now, even with the few of them working together, they were still no match for a zombie. This is an evil corpse. It's a little scary. This, even if a great Dao realm expert came, he probably wouldn't be able to subdue it. Let's leave while those people are holding it back. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble later. These cultivators' hearts palpitated. At this time, the treasures that fell from the huge coffin had almost all been snatched by some powerful cultivators. There was nothing left to fight over. Almost all the cultivators who were still alive had obtained something. Now that such a terrifying evil corpse had appeared at this time, these people naturally didn't want to stay here any longer. They directly rushed out of the stone room. Oh my, these little bastards. They really treat us as free labor to clear the obstacles. Wuxing Crocodile cursed. As it said this, it unleashed another great demonic ability. The 5-colored wings on its back flapped, and a 5-colored hurricane swept out. It was astonishingly powerful. Kiki, the evil corpse, laughed strangely. It raised its withered claw and tore the 5-colored hurricane into pieces. It was also at this time that it saw the other cultivators rushing out of the stone room. It suddenly roared and extended its other claw, grabbing the person at the front of the group. It directly crushed the person's skull and bit down on the throat, sucking in the flesh and organs. The group of cultivators who were rushing outside were all shocked. They were so frightened by this scene that their faces turned pale. One had to know that the one who rushed at the front was an expert of the 7th heaven of the connecting immortal realm, but he was actually killed by the evil corpse in an instant. "So bloody," Whooshing Crocodile cursed. "Take this opportunity, let's go," Lin Tian said in a deep voice. The 3 people and the crocodile were very fast. They directly turned into 4 bolts of lightning and rushed out of the stone room. Kiki, the evil corpse, raised its head. Obviously, it had noticed the 3 people and the crocodile's movements. It let out a low roar and attacked. At this moment, the stone room suddenly shook violently. Circles of formation runes appeared, covering the ground and the surrounding walls. They all emitted resplendent light, directly sealing off the stone room. At the same time, the array patterns on the evil corpse's body lit up. The light emitted was brighter than the array patterns in the stone room. For a moment, many cultivators were shocked, and then their faces changed drastically. My strength and divine power, why are they flowing out of my body? Mine too, what's going on? All the cultivators' faces changed. Ah, no. Soon, someone screamed. His body quickly shriveled and became a dried corpse in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the Bi-siblings and Whooshing Crocodile were also shocked. Whooshing Crocodile quickly said, "Boy Lin, the yang energy is flowing out again. Moreover, it's flowing out faster than before. Lord Crocodile's demonic power is flowing out. What's going on?" Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He was a 6th-stage array manipulator. At this time, he recognized the array patterns in the stone room and on the evil corpse's body. He said in a deep voice, "This place is engraved with the mother and child devouring sun formation." Mother and child devouring sun formation? Whooshing Crocodile stared. "What the hell is that?" Lin Tian quickly explained, "It's a 7th-stage array that devours yang energy, life essence, and divine power. It's a kind of evil array. This stone room is set up with the child array of the mother array of the sun, devouring sun formation. The child arrays of the mother array of the sun, devouring sun formation, are set up on the sun-seizing land. They cooperate with each other and crazily plunder the life essence and divine power of living creatures. Then they enter the mother array of the sun, devouring sun formation, to be used by the carrier of the mother array of the sun, devouring sun formation." Listening to him, the Bi-siblings and Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but change their expression slightly. "Wait a minute." Whooshing Crocodile stared at the evil corpse in front of them. "This stone room is engraved with the child array of the sun, devouring sun formation. That evil corpse has the mother array of the sun, devouring sun formation. Doesn't that mean that this thing was a powerful array manipulator when it was alive? Moreover, it's the owner of this tomb." When it said this, Bai Ziki and Bai Chiu were both moved. Lin Tian nodded and said, "It's very obvious. If this place is engraved with the child array of the sun, devouring sun formation, how could it have the mother array of the sun, devouring sun formation in its body if it wasn't the owner of the tomb? Didn't it jump out from the coffin by the vines above? Could it be that our previous conjecture was wrong?" Bai Chiu asked. "It should have engraved the child array of the sun, devouring sun formation in this sun-seizing land when it was alive and buried the treasure in the child array. At the last moment before its death, it entered the coffin by the vines. There should also be array patterns laid there to turn itself into a ghost. After that, The treasure attracted cultivators to fight over it. The sun seizing land swallowed the yang qi of these cultivators. When it swallowed a certain amount, it would activate the sun-devouring sun formation engraved on it. It would cooperate with each other to crazily plunder the life essence and divine power of the living beings inside. After that, it would allow the life essence and divine power to enter its body. Baiziki opened his mouth and continued, "As for why it didn't bury itself in this place, it probably didn't know how long it would take to turn itself into a ghost. If someone found this place and destroyed it before it turned into a ghost, then it would have nothing left. Not only would the treasure be taken away, it wouldn't even be able to turn itself into a ghost. And lying in the ordinary coffin above is undoubtedly very safe. After all, a normal person wouldn't open a row of ordinary coffins. There's no point in doing so. It has the mother array of the sun-devouring sun formation and isn't far from the child array. Even if it's on top, the child array can still transfer the life essence to it." Lin Tian nodded. "That should be the case. Damn it, this damn thing, even after it died, it still set up such a big trap here. Does it want to rely on this to live?" Whooshing crocodile cursed. At this time, the evil corpse was lying in front of the stone room's door, crazily killing the other cultivators. The child array of the sun, devouring sun formation, cooperated with the sun seizing land, and a bright light shrouded the surroundings. Then, in just the blink of an eye, a few dozen cultivators had died an unnatural death. Their life essence, divine energy, and so on had been seized by the sun-devouring grand formation in conjunction with the sun seizing land, and they had all turned into corpses. In comparison, the evil corpse's body had become even taller. Its originally pale and dry skin had also become plump, and its sunken pupils had become much better. It was so much so that strands of life energy were slowly emerging from within its body. Our life essence is also depleting quickly, and it's even faster than before. That idiot is blocking the way, and we can't break through. What do we do? What do we do?" The 5 elements crocodile cried out. "Are we really going to die here this time?" "What's the hurry?" Baiziki said indifferently, glancing at Lin Tian beside him. "There's always a way." Whooshing crocodile and Baiziki both tilted their heads to look at Baiziki. Then they followed Baiziki's gaze and looked at Lin Tian. At this time, they saw that Lin Tian's eyes were faintly intertwined with a faint radiance of dragon patterns. He wasn't anxious at all, appearing calm and focused. This made Whooshing Crocodile's eyes light up. "Brat Lin, do you have a way?" Lin Tian nodded, then said in the next moment, "It's done." "Done? What's done?" "Grandpa Crocodile's life essence and divine power are still going. Buzz." Before Whooshing Crocodile finished speaking, strands of dragon patterns suddenly lit up in the stone room, spreading around in a blink of an eye. Almost at the moment these dragon patterns lit up, Baichio, Baiziki, and Whooshing Crocodile were all slightly shocked. The life essence and divine power in their bodies stopped flowing out. At the same time, a majestic force surged into their bodies from the outside, causing their yang energy, divine power to recover quickly. Chapter 795. The Bai-siblings and Whooshing Crocodile were shocked when they sensed that their life essence, divine power, and demonic energy were no longer flowing out and were rapidly recovering. "Brat, what did you do?" Whooshing Crocodile stared at Lin Tian in astonishment. "Nothing much. After cutting off the yang seizing land, I borrowed its power to take back the yang qi that was stolen from us," Lin Tian said. When he said this, not only was the 5 elements crocodile shocked, but even the Bai-siblings were moved. Baichio looked at him. "You can do that? You can actually take it back?" "Yes." Lin Tian nodded. Previously, he thought that their yang qi had only been swallowed by the yang seizing land and only wanted to leave this place. He didn't expect that there would be a 7th-grade yang devouring great formation carved by the evil corpse when it was still alive. It used the yang seizing land to steal other people's life essence for its own use. However, in this place he was clearly stronger than the evil corpse because he controlled the dragon burial scripture and the heavenly one-soul art, the supreme ancient scripture of Array Tao. At this time, he used the dragon burial scripture to lay down countless dragon patterns and directly controlled the Yang seizing land. Then he used the heavenly one-soul art to block the Yang devouring great formation and forcefully took back the life essence and divine power that had been stolen by the Yang devouring great formation and injected it into himself, the Bi-siblings and Wuxing crocodile. After circulating the dragon burial scripture, he used the Yang seizing land's power to steal the life essence and divine power of the dead cultivators that had already entered the evil corpse's body. The life essence and divine power aren't flowing out anymore. This seems to be real. They really aren't flowing out anymore. Many cultivators were pleasantly surprised. The great Yang devouring formation was carved by the evil corpse when he was still alive, and it belonged to him. But now the evil corpse's intelligence was incomplete, and his soul was weak. Naturally, he was no match for Lin Tian, who had mastered the supreme ancient scripture of Array Tao. The great Yang devouring formation was forcibly suppressed by Lin Tian with the heavenly one-soul art, preventing the life essence and divine power of the other cultivators from leaking out. With the dragon burial scripture's ability to seize the Yang Qi, he would only be seizing the Yang Qi within Xie's corpse. He wouldn't disturb the other cultivators here. At the edge of the stone room's entrance, the evil corpse's ghostly body suddenly trembled violently. Its originally plump skin instantly shriveled up and became even more wrinkled and withered than before. Roar! It let out an angry roar. Although its intelligence was not complete, it could still feel that its most important thing had been taken away by someone else. Its pair of ghost eyes instantly turned blood red. Then it stared straight at Lin Tian, as if Lin Tian had snatched it away. Staring at Lin Tian, its entire body emitted an astonishing amount of Yin Qi. With a ruthless roar, it really pounced toward Lin Tian like a fierce ghost. This damn thing has gone crazy. The Wuxing crocodile shrunk its neck and quickly flapped the 5-colored wings on its back. It swept out a 5-color hurricane that was intertwined with strands of weak Tao laws. Boom! On the other side, Baiziki and Bai Qiu also took action. At the same time, they used the Bai family's profound divine arts to prevent the evil corpse from approaching. The two people and the crocodile's offensive power was astonishing and extremely powerful. However, it didn't have much effect on the evil corpse. As far as the eye could see, the evil corpse pounced forward under the divine arts of the two people and the crocodile. Its ghost eyes were blood red, and it was frighteningly fierce. Let me do it! Lin Tian took a step forward. Previously, the great sun devouring formation had snatched away the Yang Qi and divine power of many cultivators. At this moment, the formation still contained a lot of such Yang Qi and divine power. At this moment, he circulated the dragon burial scripture and drew out all the Yang Qi and divine power from the great sun devouring formation. It transformed into a fiery, red divine dragon that was 30 meters long. With a roar, it fiercely collided with the evil corpse. In the blink of an eye, the divine dragon swooped down and directly enveloped the evil corpse. Immediately, a mournful scream came out of the evil corpse's mouth. It was like 2 pieces of glass rubbing against each other, causing eardrums to hurt. The Wuxing crocodile stared with wide eyes. Just now, they attacked the evil corpse with all their might for a long time, but it was to no avail. But now, Lin Tian's attack was effective. It actually made the evil corpse that could easily kill a great Tao powerhouse let out such a mournful scream. Just now, there were at least dozens of powerful cultivators in this stone room who had their essence and divine power taken away. Now I've combined their essence and divine power into one attack. Naturally, it's powerful enough to kill. Lin Tiandao. At the entrance of the stone chamber, the evil corpse let out a mournful scream. It was engulfed by the divine dragon that Lin Tiani guided, and actually started to burn. For a moment, waves of fire surged outside the stone chamber. Take advantage of this opportunity. Quickly leave. Lin Tiandao. The Bai family siblings and the Wuxing crocodile naturally cherished this opportunity. They quickly rushed out of the stone chamber from the corner. At the same time, the other cultivators in the stone chamber didn't dare to stay. They followed behind Lin Tianyi and the others and rushed out. Roar! The evil corpse let out a loud roar. The flames outside its body surged, and the evil aura became berserk. Strands of weak soul power interweaved. At the same time, with a dong sound, a shocking bell chime sounded. Immediately, the crowd trembled fiercely. Some people were thrown to the ground by this bell chime and directly coughed up blood and died. The 3 people and 1 crocodile also trembled. They all retreated. The blood in their bodies shook, and they almost coughed up blood. Dong! Another bell chime sounded. Some cultivators fell again. Blood flowed out from their mouths and noses. Their appearance was particularly miserable. Moreover, not only that, the entire stone chamber began to shake. Pieces of gravel fell from above, as if this place was going to collapse in the next moment. After the 3 people and 1 crocodile heard the first bell chime, they used their respective ancient scriptures to protect their heart meridians. However, at this moment they were still shaken. Their heads emitted a buzzing sound. Damn, what is this thing? Wuxing crocodile's heart trembled. In front of them, the evil corpse let out a loud roar in the flames. It released even more soul power. The 3rd bell chime sounded. This bell chime was particularly loud. For a moment, this place felt as if there was a magnificent army charging through. Even people as strong as Lin Tiandao and the others felt like they were going to vomit blood. Their 5 viscera and 6 bowels were in pain. And behind them, the other cultivators were even more miserable. A large number of them died in an instant. Among them, there were even a few powerful existences at the 7th heaven of connecting immortal realm. It's the bell chime from before. This. The cultivators who were lucky enough to survive all paled. In front of them, the evil corpse's ruthless roar continued. After another 3 breaths, with a crack, a part of the ceiling outside the stone chamber broke open. A bronze bell fell down, intertwined with strands of divine light. As far as the eye could see, the bronze bell was engraved with pictures of mountains and rivers. There were pictures of birds and beasts on it. There were also pictures of clouds and other things. It was slightly blurry. With a buzzing sound, this bronze bell fell down and floated above the evil corpse's head. It emitted an extremely terrifying fluctuation. Instantly, the crowd's expression changed. This is... Lin Tiandao's pupils constricted. The Bai siblings were also moved. Damn, a quasi-divine weapon! Wuxing crocodile cursed loudly. At the same time, its eyes shone. It almost drooled and wanted to swallow it in one gulp. A quasi-divine weapon. Although it was not a true divine weapon, it had the word quasi-divine. It meant that it was infinitely close to a divine weapon. It was only a little bit away. It was a weapon that far surpassed a high-grade Dao weapon. Its divine power was unfathomable. Dong! The bronze bell once again emitted a rumbling sound. It was naturally ringing, and no one deliberately activated it. Even so, the power it emitted was still frightening and shocking. Even people as powerful as Lin Tiandao and the others were forced to retreat. Their bodies were in pain. If they were like this, there was no need to mention the other cultivators. More people died, and blood and broken corpses flowed all over the ground. Many people stared at the bronze bell above the evil corpse's head. Their eyes were filled with fear. Roar! The evil corpse roared like a wild beast. The flames outside its body gradually dimmed and weakened. The 3 people and 1 crocodile retreated. The bronze bell's power was too frightening. It made one's heart tremble. This big bell should be the evil corpse's weapon when it was alive. However, damn it, although this level of weapon is frightening, it doesn't have a weapon spirit. Now that its master is already dead and so many years have passed, it actually came out to protect its master? It's really F*** bullying this crocodile. There's no justice in this world. Whooshing crocodile cursed. It felt like crying. Lin Tiandao had just opened a path of survival with the dragon burial scripture. But who would have thought that a quasi-divine weapon would suddenly appear? This thing was hanging above the evil corpse's head. It was simply a situation of certain death. There was really no one here who could stop it. At this time, even a calm man like Baiziki couldn't help but deeply frown. He felt a great threat. Bai Qiu stared ahead and also felt powerless. An evil corpse plus a quasi-divine weapon. How could they stop this kind of formation? At this time, in this place, only Lin Tiandao's eyes were intertwined with light. He stared closely at the bronze bell above the evil corpse's head. "I'll go and snatch it," he said. The Bai siblings and Whooshing crocodile were shocked. They almost thought that Lin Tiandao had gone crazy. "Are you dreaming, kid? Why are you snatching it? If you rush over now, it's like hitting a dog with a hot bun. You won't be able to return." Whooshing crocodile couldn't help but roll its eyes. "That might not be the case." Lin Tiandao stared ahead and transmitted his voice. "You guys forgot that I also know the weapon controlling technique." As soon as he said this, the Bai siblings and Whooshing crocodile's eyes lit up. That's right, Lin Tiandao also knew the weapon controlling technique. It was rumored that when this technique was cultivated to a certain level, it could be used to snatch other people's precious weapons with bare hands. "Kid, you've already cultivated this technique to the point where you can snatch other people's precious weapons with bare hands." Whooshing crocodile was excited and surprised. "No, if you want to completely reach that level, you have to at least be in the 9th heavenly layer of the Great Tao. Right now, I can only barely control a trace of this ability. If you really want to use this technique to snatch other people's precious weapons with bare hands, the difficulty is still relatively high." Lin Tiandao transmitted his voice. However, the situation now is different. This divine bell indeed belonged to the evil corpse when it was alive, but right now it's only relying on the spiritual imprint left behind by the evil corpse with a special method. Under these circumstances, with my current weapon controlling technique and my dragon burial scripture to control the sun seizing land, I should be able to snatch it away. He stared at the big bell above the evil corpse's head, his eyes full of light. Chapter 796. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the Bai siblings and Whooshing crocodile were all moved. Indeed, the quasi-divine weapon did not have a weapon spirit. Right now, it was probably just relying on the spiritual imprint within it to resonate with the remnant soul power of the evil corpse to control it. It was not stable. Under such circumstances, Lin Tian might really be able to seize it by relying on the weapon control technique and the general trend of this place. And once Lin Tian really seized this quasi-divine weapon, the evil corpse would not be much of a threat anymore. With their strength, if they worked together to activate the quasi-divine weapon, there would definitely be no problem for them to walk out of this place. Then let's do it. Kid, go. Whooshing crocodile stared ahead, his eyes shining brightly. Roar! The evil corpse roared crazily from the burning flames outside its body. Gradually, the flames also became weaker and weaker. A bright light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He stomped on the ground with his right leg, and instantly dragon patterns flickered. He forcefully cooperated with the great sun-devouring formation and used the life essence of the cultivators who had been killed by the copper bell earlier. He once again transformed into a fiery red divine dragon that was over 100 feet long. It roared toward the sky as if a true dragon had been resurrected, causing many cultivators to tremble. The fiery red divine dragon roared and pressed down, immediately enveloping Lin Tian. "I'm going," he said to the Bai siblings and Whooshing crocodile. Then a bright light flashed in his eyes. He stepped on the yin-yang avatar and charged forward. His actions shocked the group of cultivators who had retreated far away from the stone room. He actually charged forward directly, These people had already seen how terrifying the evil corpse was and how terrifying that copper bell was. It could definitely kill a great Dao realm expert. Now that the evil corpse was combined with the copper bell, it was even more terrifying. However, at this moment, Lin Tian was charging forward directly. Some cultivators felt their hearts palpitate. The Bai siblings and Wuxing crocodiles stared ahead. Although they trusted Lin Tian, they were also constantly on guard. If Lin Tian was in danger, they would be able to take action immediately. Roar! The fiery red dragon roared and dragged its dragon body that was more than 10 meters long. At this time, it finally arrived in front of the evil corpse. The evil corpse roared. Its blood-red eyes stared at Lin Tian, who was inside the fiery red divine dragon, and pounced over like a wild beast. At the same time, the copper bell above his head rumbled as well, and it emitted a shocking bang that shook the space around him to the point it shook violently. Cracks immediately appeared on the red divine dragon that Lin Tian had conjured with the dragon burial scripture. At the same time, he shuddered violently as well. Even with the protection of the divine dragon, his face paled slightly after being shaken up by the chime at close range. He felt like his organs were about to shatter as he experienced heart-wrenching pain. He clenched his teeth, and the light of the dragon patterns in his eyes became even denser. The fiery red divine dragon let out a loud roar and suddenly emitted an immeasurable amount of radiance. It directly swallowed the evil corpse and the big bell on its head and coiled both of them within its body. The evil corpse immediately let out a miserable shriek. It was already very weak, and now that it was engulfed by the fiery red divine dragon, it was naturally unable to withstand it. Following its miserable shriek, the big bell above its head rumbled again, and it shook the entire sky. Lin Tian shuddered violently as he sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt like his organs were being shaken out of place, and he almost vomited blood on the spot. However, the radiance in his eyes was very strong. He used the fiery red divine dragon to suppress the evil corpse, and his hands began to form seals at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. He frantically operated the weapon controlling technique to interfere with the big bell and pull it towards him. Suddenly, the big bell no longer rumbled, and it trembled violently. There's hope! Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu stared ahead, and their eyes were also intertwined with radiance. Roar! The evil corpse roared in pain, and evil energy spread out wave after wave. Soon after, the divine bell above its head rumbled again and let out a shocking bang. Lin Tian was almost sent flying. The blood in his body was boiling, and he only felt a sweet taste in his throat, and blood rushed up. He clenched his teeth and forcefully swallowed the blood. He urged the weapon-controlling technique to become even more powerful, causing the big bell to tremble violently once again. At the same time, he operated the dragon burial scripture, and the 30-meter-long fiery red divine dragon firmly suppressed the evil corpse. Another strand of flame was born and twined around the evil corpse's body. It was like burning charcoal, and it was frantically burning its ghostly body. The evil corpse let out a miserable shriek and became malevolent and ruthless. Its skin was charred black, and it viciously stared at Lin Tian from within the fiery, red, divine dragon. Its intelligence was not complete, but it still knew who heard it. Roar! It let out a ruthless roar, and actually took a step forward within the fiery, red, divine dragon, and closed in on Lin Tian step by step. At the same time, the big bell above its head also moved along with it. Although it trembled violently, it still let out another shocking sound. With a bang, the fiery, red divine dragon was almost shattered on the spot. Even though Lin Tian had the protection of his body, he still felt intense pain all over his body, as if his body was about to fall apart. As expected of a quasi-divine weapon, he gritted his teeth. Staring at the evil corpse that was walking towards him, he took a deep breath, and then his eyes flickered with a shocking divine light. At this moment, he operated the Sun Heart Sutra to the limit, and at the same time he used the weapon controlling technique and the dragon burial scripture. He also displayed the four-symbol seal. For a moment, 2 layers of the 4 symbols Tao diagram filled the sky and pressed forward majestically. The 2 Tao diagrams did not press towards the big bell, nor did they press towards the evil corpse. Instead, they appeared between the 2 and slowly rotated, using this divine technique to forcefully interfere with the connection between the copper bell and the evil corpse. Buzz! The copper bell trembled violently. At this moment, the 2 layers of the 4 symbols Tao diagram were placed between it and the evil corpse, which obviously weakened the resonance between the spiritual imprint within it and the evil corpse's remaining soul power, causing its power to decrease by several times. The evil corpse clearly didn't notice this at all because it wasn't the one who activated the bronze bell. It was only affected by its interference. At this moment, the 4 symbols Tao diagram didn't attack it, but it didn't care either. It only stared at Lin Tian. This situation undoubtedly made Lin Tian very relaxed. As expected, it's easier to deal with those with incomplete spiritual intelligence. He muttered to himself. With the evil corpse's strength, it could definitely easily tear apart the 4 symbols Tao diagram that he brought out. However, the evil corpse's spiritual intelligence was weak, and it only knew that Lin Tian injured it, so it wanted to kill Lin Tian. This undoubtedly gave Lin Tian the best opportunity to use his divine technique. Again, he said in a low voice. With a buzz, he also propped up the yin-yang lotus sea, and it majestically pressed forward with a buzzing sound. After the yin-yang lotus sea was brought out, it turned into a sky full of black and white lotus petals. Yin and yang intertwined, and it surrounded the large bell. Then he pushed his weapon-controlling technique to the peak, and one could faintly hear the sound of weapons ringing in the surroundings. He channeled the dragon burial scripture, and the fiery, red divine dragon suppressed the evil corpse. At this moment, he pushed his weapon-controlling technique to the extreme, and with the power of this great technique, he broke through everything and forced his way to the front of the large bell, and used this formless weapon-controlling technique to envelop it. Roar! The evil corpse ruthlessly roared, and the demonic aura intertwined, causing the copper bell to let out another rumble. But this time it was much weaker. Lin Tian's weapon-controlling technique enveloped the large bell, and a strand of divine sense was contained within. He was shaken to the point of coughing up blood, and his body violently trembled, causing the Bi-siblings and whooshing crocodile's expressions to change. However, he endured it, and the light in his eyes became even more intense. At this moment, the 4 symbols Tao diagram, yin-yang lotus sea, and the fiery red divine dragon all pressed down on the evil corpse at the same time. Boom! This was an astonishing attack. The 4 symbols Tao diagram sealed a bit of the evil corpse's power, and the yin-yang lotus sea originally had a restraining effect on it, weakening a bit of its evil power. But the fiery red divine dragon unleashed by the dragon burial scripture was the most powerful, and it directly forced the evil corpse to retreat. Soon after, it turned into a torrential flame and submerged the evil corpse, causing it to let out an even more miserable shriek. Such a miserable shriek caused the hearts of many cultivators to tremble once again. Hee, these people stared at Lin Tian, and for a moment they were completely speechless. Lin Tian actually inflicted heavy damage on the evil corpse, once again. Also at this time, in front of them, Lin Tian's eyes interweaved with the most resplendent rays of light. At this moment, taking advantage of the fact that the evil corpse was submerged by the fiery red divine dragon, he used the weapon-controlling technique to completely envelop the large bell. Finally, he found the spiritual imprint left behind by the evil corpse when it was still alive, and it was emitting a bright light. Break! He let out a low roar. The weapon-controlling technique interweaved with his divine sense and fiercely attacked the spiritual imprint. It emitted a burst of intense light, causing the evil corpse to let out another miserable shriek. The spiritual imprint inside the large bell was left behind by the evil corpse when it was still alive. But even so, now that the spiritual imprint was shattered, it resonated with the remnant's soul power, causing it to suffer a bit of backlash. It had truly gone mad. It roared and ran like a living corpse in the flames, madly attacking Lin Tian. Damn it, this damn thing is about to be burned to a crisp, yet it's still so fierce. Whooshing Crocodile cursed. Baiziki and Baiqiu stared ahead. At this time, they couldn't help but take a step forward, preparing to help Lin Tian. However, it was also at this time that the sound of a bell rang out. The bronze bell suddenly fell straight down, fiercely crashing into the evil corpse's ghostly body and immediately flipping it over like a scarecrow. At this moment, many cultivators' expressions changed again. Wasn't that large bell protecting the evil corpse before? Why is it now? It's actually attacking the evil corpse. Many cultivators were shocked. Baiziki and Baiqiu stopped at the same time. Baiziki's eyes flashed with a trace of brilliance, while Baiqiu revealed a look of joy. It's done! Whooshing Crocodile stared with wide eyes. At this time another bell rang. In front of them, the bronze bell trembled, slowly circling, and came to the top of Lin Tian's head. It's really done! Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but shout, and couldn't help but laugh wildly. A quasi-divine weapon was finally snatched away by force. That large bell, how could it? It's now under his control. How could it be? What happened? These cultivators were all greatly shocked. Lin Tian's mouth was stained with blood. He tilted his head to look at the Bai siblings and Whooshing Crocodile and laughed. In the end, this quasi-divine weapon-grade bell was still snatched away by him. Brat, well done! Whooshing Crocodile greeted. Its eyes were shining as it stared at the large bell above Lin Tian's head, as if it was going to swallow it in one bite. Baiziki and Baiqiu also stepped over. Staring at the bronze bell at a close distance, they felt an even stronger power. It's at least 20 times stronger than a high-grade Dao weapon. Chapter 797. The quasi-divine weapon had yet to reach the level of a divine weapon, but it had surpassed the range of a Dao weapon and was far stronger than a high-grade Dao weapon. The Bai clan siblings and Whooshing Crocodile looked at this treasured bell from a close distance. They were all amazed and their eyes were gleaming. There are words on it. Whooshing Crocodile said. Weapons above the Dao weapon level all had intertwined Dao marks, and their size could be freely changed according to the wielder's will. Lin Tian shrunk the bell and placed it in front of him. Indeed, he saw words on it. They were 2 ancient seal characters. Mountain shaking. A faint light flashed in his eyes. Mountain shaking bell. In the stone room, many cultivators widened their eyes as they looked at this scene. Some were shocked, and some were jealous. A quasi-divine weapon. It's actually... Someone clenched his fist. These people stared at the copper bell in front of Lin Tian. They wanted to snatch it, but they didn't have the guts to do so. That would be courting death. Roar! A violent roar rang out. In the distance, the evil corpse that had rolled out stood up again. Its skin was almost burnt, and its evil, baleful aura was much weaker. However, its eyes were even more bloodshot. It stared at Lin Tian ferociously. After another roar, it pounced straight at Lin Tian, stirring up a pitch-black wind. It was very scary. Damn, it's still so ferocious, even after being burned to this extent. Whooshing Crocodile shrank its neck. The evil corpse appeared extremely ferocious. At this moment, it was 10 times more ferocious than a ferocious wild beast. Its aura was also very frightening. Even ordinary, great Dao realm experts would be wary of it. There's no need to care about it now. It can't cause any trouble. Lin Tian Dao. With a thought, the mountain-shaking bell instantly enlarged. With the mighty might of a quasi-divine weapon, it went straight ahead to meet the evil corpse. With a bang, the evil corpse was sent flying by the impact, rolling over 100 feet away. When the cultivators in the stone chamber saw this scene, they all trembled. This large bell was too powerful. That evil corpse could easily kill ordinary, great Tao realm cultivators. But now, after Lin Tian gained control of the large bell, that evil corpse was no longer a threat at all. As expected of a quasi-divine weapon, so powerful, Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Deal with it and leave, Baiziki said. Lin Tian nodded, now that he had seized the bell, and with the help of the sun seizing land, it was enough to kill his opponent. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet spread out, causing the seizing sun terrain to spread out and cover the evil corpses. Soon after, he activated the mountain-shaking bell with all his might and pressed it forward. All of a sudden, the bell let out a dong sound. An entire space shook violently. The evil corpse was once again sent flying. With a pop sound, one of its arms was cut off, and soon after it exploded under the mountain-shaking bell and was crushed into pieces. It let out a ferocious roar and went berserk like a wild beast. Its eyes became even more bloodshot as it waved its single arm and charged towards Lin Tian. This idiot is really extraordinarily strong. To think that he is still alive after being struck by the quasi-divine weapon and the sun seizing land. Wuxing Crocodile said, "Death is only a matter of time." Lin Tian Ondao. He activated the weapon-controlling art and circulated the Sun Heart Sutra even faster, causing the mountain-shaking bell to let out an even more dazzling divine light. There was no shocking bell sound. This time, the mountain-shaking bell enlarged once again and directly enveloped the evil corpse. For a moment, on the bell, the mountain and river patterns and the bird and beast patterns all lit up as if they were alive. As the mountain and river patterns and the bird and beast patterns lit up, a mournful shriek suddenly came out from the bronze bell. The evil corpse was roaring and struggling inside. It seemed to be ramming against the bell walls, letting out a dong-dong-dong sound that caused intense pain to one's eardrums. Not bad, the engravings on the bell can actually attack. Wuxing Crocodile clicked his tongue and said, "Dong!" The bronze bell let out a loud rumble, causing the space in this area to shake violently. More pieces of gravel fell down. "Let's attack together and refine it," Lin Tian said. This evil corpse was indeed a bit frightening. It was comparable to a 9th heavenly layer expert. Even with the quasi-divine weapon, it was not easy to kill it. Currently, he was controlling the quasi-divine weapon. Although he could kill the evil corpse by himself, it would take a lot of time. And this was clearly not a suitable time to do so, because if the evil corpse continued to struggle crazily inside, this place would collapse. The Bai siblings and Wuxing Crocodile clearly understood this point. They immediately made their move, divine and demonic energy surging forward. Boom! The three of them and the crocodile activated the quasi-divine weapon together, causing the big bell to emit an even more shocking light. There was an even more frightening aura spreading out. The bird and beast patterns on the bell walls seemed to be about to fly out. It was very frightening. The evil corpse inside the bell let out an even more mournful shriek. Soon after, the extent of its resistance became weaker and weaker. Buzz! On the bronze bell, the mountain and river patterns and the bird and beast patterns became even more resplendent, almost drowning out the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 breaths passed. At this time, there were no more shrieks from the evil corpse inside the bell. The sinister aura had also completely disappeared. "It's done!" Lin Tiandao, the Bai siblings, and Wuxing Crocodile retracted their power. Soon after, with a slight thought, he recalled the mountain-shaking bell. There was only a puddle of pus and blood on the ground. The evil corpse's ghostly body had completely disappeared. "It's been erased," he said. "Quasi-divine weapon, its power is truly frightening." Wuxing Crocodile clicked his tongue and said. At this time, the group of cultivators in the stone room all widened their eyes and stared at the puddle of pus and blood on the ground. They couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They only felt a chill from the bottom of their feet to the top of their heads. That frightening evil corpse was actually killed by them just like that. This, seizing that quasi-divine weapon and then killing the evil corpse, is truly, these cultivators were filled with palpitations. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. At this place, more rocks fell down, and cracks appeared on the ceiling. Baiziki said in a low voice, because of the continuous vibration of the quasi-divine weapon bronze bell, this place can't hold on for long. It will collapse soon. Let's leave quickly. Lin Tiandao nodded and quickly imprinted his divine sense on the mountain-shaking bell. Then he stored it in his sea of divine sense. Let's go, he said. The three people and the crocodile were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled several hundred feet and rushed back the way they came. Behind them, the other cultivators in the stone room were naturally even more anxious. Each of them was shocked and frightened. They used all their strength to madly rush forward. If this place really collapsed, even an immortal connecting realm expert would be buried alive. Lin Tiandao and the others took the lead and quickly appeared at the bottom of the cave entrance. They all soared into the sky and soon appeared in the upper level of the tomb. Let's go, let's go, Lin Tiandao said. The Bai siblings and Wuxing crocodile nodded and walked out of the tomb. At this time, there was no longer any value in staying here. They walked along the tomb path and quickly walked far away. It was also at this time that the ground trembled violently as if there was a big earthquake. That place seems to have collapsed, Wuxing crocodile said. Lin Tiandao and the others shook their heads and didn't care about it. Their speed was neither fast nor slow. Soon they walked out of the tomb. For a time, the air became fresh without the rotten smell in the tomb. It's still more comfortable outside. Baiqiu said. Outside the tomb, it was still the same mountain range with many plants. The air was naturally very fresh. Lin Tiandao couldn't help but smile. This time the harvest in this tomb was really amazing. Not only did he get a precious medicine that can extend one's life by 500 years and 2 high-grade Dao weapons, but most importantly he got a quasi-divine weapon. A quasi-divine weapon. Its value is too great. No wonder so many cultivators from the upper heavens came down to the 4th heaven to gain experience. The treasures here are really amazing. He sighed. Of course, I've already said that this heaven is a chaotic place, but at the same time, it's also a huge treasure area. Wuxing crocodile said. Baiqiu said, her eyes shining. Let's continue to look for tombs to dig. She obtained hundreds of immortal ascension pills in there, and their value is also very shocking. For her family, it's a divine treasure. It's okay to find other treasured caves. We don't have to dig tombs. Wuxing crocodile rolled his eyes. We can also look for the traces of other powerhouses. It's also very useful. Lin Tiandao. The 3 people and 1 crocodile left the range of the tomb and walked along the mountain range. After walking for more than a day, they didn't find anything special. However, they encountered many powerful monsters along the way, and there were many half-step, great Dao realm monsters. Soon after, the group left the range of the mountain range, stepping on the void and walking further away. The 4th heaven is divided into the desolate region and the central region. Just the edge of the desolate region is very vast, and there are countless secret treasures hidden. We can slowly search for them. Maybe we can dig out a celestial venerable's divine treasure. Wuxing crocodile said. The few of them flew in the air. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed, and they walked very far away. During this process, as they moved forward, Lin Tiandao and the others saw more fierce and cruel fights between cultivators. They didn't care about these, as they were already used to it. They scanned the surroundings with their divine sense and walked slowly. Soon after, they crossed a great mountain, landed on a brown land, and began to walk on foot. There were no cultivators in this place, and it was more or less quiet. Only the occasional roar of wild beasts could be heard. Boom! Boom! At this time, two tyrannical divine power fluctuations suddenly appeared in the distant sky, and there were astonishing Tao law fluctuations intertwined. In the blink of an eye, two figures stepped over from the distance. Their eyes were cold as they stared at Lin Tianyi and the others. "It's you bastards who killed 11 of our brothers," one of them said coldly. This person was bare-chested, and his muscles were strong. He was like a savage beast, and the blood energy fluctuations he emitted were extremely shocking. The three people and the crocodile looked at each other and immediately understood the identity of these two people. They knew that they were the boss and the second of the 13 fiends of the desolate region. "Kill them." The other person spoke, his eyes filled with ferocity. This person was wearing a bright black armor. He was the second of the 13 fiends of the desolate region and was at the first heaven of the great Tao realm. When he and the boss of the 13 fiends of the desolate region heard that all 11 of their brothers had been killed, they found out that the 11 of them had died in the hands of Lin Tianyi and the others. They immediately moved out together and caught up with Lin Tianyi and the others. At this time, this person directly moved. With a raise of his hand, a ferocious light tore through the sky, enveloping the three people and the crocodile at the same time. P.S. will continue tomorrow. Chapter 798. The giant hand covered the sky and pressed down. The vast blood chi surged like a river of blood. It was terrifying. The second in command of the 13 villains of the barren area didn't say much. He directly attacked the three people and the crocodile. The shocking Taoist law fluctuation almost completely suppressed the surrounding void. He was very powerful. The three people and the crocodile retreated to avoid the palm. "Don't you want to ask why we killed your 11 brothers?" Lin Tiandao asked. "There's nothing to ask. It's always been the 13 villains of the barren area who kill others. No one can kill us. How dare you attack the 13 villains of the barren area and kill 11 of our brothers? You can't absolve yourself from the blame even if you die 10,000 times. Today you must die." The man said coldly. He stepped forward, and the Taoist law fluctuation rolled out again. Crack! With a crisp sound, the void shattered. His real combat power was far stronger than an ordinary cultivator at the early stage of the Great Path. At the same time, the first in command of the 13 villains of the barren area also moved. His eyes were cold and murderous. Lin Tian stepped forward and said, "Then there's nothing to say." With a boom, he didn't hesitate and directly propped up the mountain-shaking bell. As soon as the bell appeared, divine power surged like a river of stars. It directly crushed the murderous light released by the first two in command of the 13 villains of the barren area. The two of them retreated at the same time, their bodies shaking. A quasi-divine weapon. Both of them were shocked. Then, in the next moment, greed appeared in their eyes. They didn't hide it at all. "I didn't expect you to have such a divine treasure. No wonder you could kill 11 of our brothers." The first in command of the 13 villains said. He thought Lin Tian and the others killed those 11 people with a quasi-divine weapon. The second in command was the most direct. Murderous light intertwined in his eyes, and he exuded an even stronger aura. "Hand it over." Boom! The Taoist light outside his body surged, and his blood chi surged. He propped up a great technique and used all his strength to grab Lin Tian. Moreover, the first in command of the 13 villains also moved. He also used a great technique to suppress Lin Tian and seize the bronze bell. The Bi-siblings and the whooshing crocodile were speechless. He's really gone crazy from wanting the treasure. He even dares to snatch it. He's courting death. Whooshing crocodile shook its head. Lin Tian's eyes carried a hint of mockery. He used the weapon control technique to activate the mountain-shaking bell and let out a dong sound. Ka! Ka! Along with two crisp sounds, the great divine abilities that the two of them had unleashed were shattered, and the two of them were sent flying while coughing up blood. with your level of cultivation, you want to snatch the quasi-divine weapon from me." Lin Tian took a step forward. As he stepped forward, the mountain-shaking bell, which was at the level of a quasi-divine weapon, shook slightly. Another bell chime rang out, shaking the surroundings. Bang! Bang! The number 1 and number 2 of the 13 villains of the barren area were knocked away again and coughed up more blood. How could a quasi-divine weapon be so powerful? The two found it difficult to stabilize themselves in the distance. Their expressions changed drastically as they discovered that they had greatly underestimated the strength of a quasi-divine weapon. For a moment, their faces turned gloomy. "Go," number 1 said in a low voice. The number 2 figure nodded, and with a slightly pale face, he didn't hesitate at all as he left with the number 1 figure. The two of them were very powerful. After just one collision, they knew that they could not defeat Lin Tian, who had a quasi-divine weapon. Whooshing Crocodile shook its head and said, "Weren't you so arrogant just now? Why did you turn around and run after just one move? How shameful! 13 villains? More like 13 cowards." Baiziki's expression remained calm and he didn't say anything. "Kill them. Don't let them go." Bai Qiu was very violent. Lin Tian naturally would not let the two of them go. The Yin and Yang Ho flashed and stopped the two of them on the spot. "Since you're here, don't think about leaving," he said lightly. The quasi-divine weapon mountain-shaking bell hung above his head, making him seem unapproachable, like an immortal god of war. The number 1 and number 2 of the 13 villains of the barren area were livid. The number 2 said coldly, "Don't think you're invincible just because you have a quasi-divine weapon. If we go all out, you won't be able to do anything to us." "Is that so? Then go all out and see. I'll give you a chance. Let's see what you can do." Lin Tian was very calm. He looked at the two of them with disdain in his eyes. The two of them looked even worse, and their eyes were even colder. The 13 villains of the barren area had dominated this area for a long time, and few people were not afraid of them. The two of them were the most powerful, both in the Great Path realm. But now, a cultivator in the immortal reaching realm was staring at them with such indifference. This made them feel a strong sense of humiliation. Boom! The two of them exploded with amazing divine power at the same time. The precepts intertwined in all directions, and a shocking wave swept out in all directions. This kind of power was so strong that Lin Tianwei narrowed his eyes slightly, but he did not care, because he had a quasi-divine weapon. "Kill!" The number 1 of the 13 villains of the barren area shouted, and the killing light was suddenly endless. Then the number 2 of the 13 villains and the number 1 of the 13 villains looked at each other. Then they turned around and rushed toward the Bai-siblings. At this moment, the two of them suddenly burst out with amazing speed, at least twice as fast as before. In the blink of an eye, they appeared 30 feet away from the Bai-siblings. They reached out their big hands to cover the sky and the sun, covering the Bai-siblings under them. Obviously, the two of them knew that they could not stop Lin Tian, who had a quasi-divine weapon, so they wanted to take the Bai-siblings as hostages to threaten Lin Tian. The 5 elements crocodile naturally saw through it and cursed. "Io, holy sh*T! These two little bastards are really full of evil tricks." At the same time, Lin Tianling snorted. He stepped on the 5th level of the Yin and Yang roar and blocked in front of the two of them again. "You can't compete in speed," he said coldly. With a boom, the mountain-shaking bell shone brightly and rushed toward the two of them directly. Puff! Puff! Blood splashed. The two of them reached out their big hands and were both broken. They both groaned and were knocked away again. Cold light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. After the attack, he did not stop. The Yin and Yang roar flashed and appeared in front of the number 2 of the 13 villains. The number 2 of the 13 villains of the barren area suddenly changed his expression. The mountain-shaking bell above Lin Tian's head made him feel cold on his back. "You, Lin Tian did not say anything more. He directly urged the mountain-shaking bell to press down. With a puff, the number 2 of the 13 villains was smashed into pieces on the spot. Whoosh! A light flashed. The number 2 of the 13 villains' spiritual soul rushed out with the pieces of flesh and fled to the distance, trying to reform a physical body. Lin Tian snorted. The mountain-shaking bell pressed down again, covering the pieces of flesh and the bloody mist. Ah! A miserable scream came out, full of fear and anger. The spot between Lin Tian's eyebrows shone. The yin and yang lotus pressed down and crushed the number 2 of the 13 villains' spiritual soul directly. Number 2! The number 1 of the 13 villains of the barren area couldn't help but shout. There was anger in his eyes, but more than that, there was fear. Lin Tian stepped forward and pressed forward. Don't worry, I'll send you to reunite. If people did not offend him, he would not offend them. If people wanted to kill him, he would kill them. This had always been his principle. He would never let go of anyone who wanted to kill him and his friends. That would make him look stupid. Clang! He used the mountain-shaking bell to urge the Ling Tian sword spell. The sword light swept out and turned into a Ling Tian sword wave, slashing toward the number 1 of the 13 villains. The number 1 of the 13 villains tried his best to fight back, but it was useless. He was too weak in front of the Ling Tian sword spell that was urged by a quasi-divine weapon. Puff! Waves of blood exploded. The number 1 of the 13 villains was cut into pieces. Lin Tian's gaze drifted over and landed on the number 1 of the 13 villains' broken arm. He took a stone ring from it and then shattered the arm. It was the stone ring of a Great Path Realm cultivator. The items inside were not shocking, but they would not be too bad. The number 1 of the 13 villains roared. In the blink of an eye, his body was reconstructed. He glared at Lin Tian. Give it back to me. He roared as he stared at the stone ring that Lin Tian took away. With a boom, a treasured halberd was summoned from his sea of consciousness. It was a mid-grade Dao weapon. Traces of blood-red light were intertwined around it. Obviously, this person had used this treasured halberd to kill many people. Again, the number 1 of the 13 villains roared and rushed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. He glanced at the stone ring that he took away from the number 1 of the 13 villains. It seemed that there was something good inside. Otherwise, this person would not be so agitated. Boom! The number 1 of the 13 villains charged over, with his cultivation at the second heaven of the Great Path and a mid-grade Dao weapon. His might could be said to be very frightening. The tyrannical waves of Dao rules pressed toward Lin Tian like an ocean. This kind of attack was very frightening. If he were to rely on his own strength, Lin Tian would definitely choose to retreat. He would not be able to block it at all. However, it was different now. With a quasi-divine weapon in hand, he was not afraid of this kind of attack. He faced this kind of attack head-on. The mountain-shaking bell shone brightly and pressed down heavily, landing on the number 1 of the 13 villains' halberd. With a crack, accompanied by a crisp sound, the number 1 of the 13 villains' halberd was directly shattered into pieces. You! Bang! The number 1 of the 13 villains was shocked and furious. He had just spat out the word "you" when he was instantly sent flying by the mountain-shaking bell. Lin Tian walked over. His expression was indifferent and emotionless. Once again, he used the bell to activate the Ling Tian sword manual. He slashed out 81 Ling Tian sword gleams consecutively, pressing toward the number 1 of the 13 villains from all directions. Arg! A tragic cry rang out. This person was directly slashed into pieces. Lin Tian's glabella shone brightly, and the yin-yang lotus sea swayed out. It turned into a yin-yang lotus diagram and slashed toward this person's divine spirit. This person's divine spirit had just rushed out and was facing the yin-yang lotus diagram. He immediately felt the threat of death. Stop! Chi! With a soft sound, The yin-yang lotus diagram pressed down and directly destroyed this person's divine spirit. The whooshing crocodile shook its head in the distance. The famous 13 villains. TSK, TSK. They're all finished in just a few days. How pitiful. Although it said that, it did not have the slightest bit of sympathy. Instead, it looked like it wanted to laugh out loud. Bai Qiu glanced at it and pouted. Chapter 799. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the Bai siblings and whooshing crocodile were surprised and looked at the stone ring in his hand. Are there really good treasures inside? Whooshing crocodile was doubtful. Let's take out the things inside and we'll know. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian nodded and used his divine power to take out the things in the stone ring, piling them on the ground beside his feet. A low-grade Dao weapon, a few immortal artifacts, a dozen bottles of elixirs, some materials. It doesn't seem like much. Whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian also looked at the pile of things. Suddenly, his eyes moved and fell on a piece of white jade paper in the pile of things. There were many drawings on it. He waved his hand and took it. This is... After a quick look, his expression changed. Seeing his expression, the Bai siblings and whooshing crocodile came over to look at the white jade paper in his hand. Then they were all shocked. As far as the eye could see, the white jade paper was not small. It was filled with many things such as the direction of a mountain range, the direction of an underground flow, and so on. Moreover, there were many words on it, so one could clearly understand the contents of the picture on this white jade paper. Bai Qiu's eyes widened. This seems to be the trace of an origin vein. That's it. The 5 elements crocodile was a bit excited. Look at the pictures and words on the paper. The traces are not very old. Some of the words and pictures have been recorded for more than 7 months, while some were just recently engraved. This should be the 13 beasts of the barren area who spent a lot of time searching for some source vein and then made some detailed records. Baiziki was also looking at the white jade paper. He paused for a moment before saying, The traces of a Genesis vein are indeed recorded on the paper. However, it's only an approximate location in the end. The exact location is unknown and is very far away. A general area is enough. I've cultivated the dragon burial scripture. It's easy to find it within the general area. Lin Tian said. It was at this moment that he finally understood why that person had been so anxious earlier. Who would have thought that there would be a complete Genesis vein map here? One has to know that the value of a complete source vein is astonishing. In the past, the strongest holy land in the 4th heaven spent a great deal of effort to capture a complete source vein. From the white paper, the Genesis vein recorded on it was only an ordinary Genesis vein and not one that had gained sentience. However, it was still extremely valuable. After the 13 beasts found this source vein, they could cultivate on their own and establish their own sections. Moreover, they could also sell it to some of the super forces in the upper heavens. They would definitely receive a generous reward. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and dig. Whooshing crocodile's eyes lit up. Lin Tian possessed the dragon burial scripture. Digging up spirit veins, immortal veins, and origin veins was a piece of cake. Now that he knew the approximate location of an origin vein, Lin Tian would definitely be able to easily find it. An origin vein. If they used it to cultivate, their cultivation would definitely rise again. It felt that it might be able to directly reach the 9th heaven from the 6th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. Let's go, let's go. Bai Qiu also said. Immediately, Lin Tian put away the pile of things on the ground and followed the clues on the jade paper to the northwest. Not long after, the group came to a deep mountain in the wasteland. The plants in the mountain were tall and straight, and the spiritual qi was very dense. At first glance, it really looks like a place where origin veins gather. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian held the white jade paper in front, and the group soon arrived at the central part of the mountain. The approximate location is this mountain. He said. The mountain was very vast, with a radius of at least 100 miles. It was the last area where the 13 beasts found the origin vein. Hurry up and find it, Whooshing Crocodile urged. Lin Tian descended from the sky and took a deep breath. The dragon pattern on the soles of his feet spread out and quickly sank into the ground. The dragon burial scripture he controlled could explore all the general trends of heaven and earth. It was also very simple to find immortal veins and origin veins. He stood in place without moving. Only the dragon pattern on the soles of his feet spread out rapidly, spreading in all directions and spreading underground. Soon, a quarter of an hour passed. Let's find another place, he said. His cultivation was limited now, and the dragon pattern could not spread too far. The dragon pattern did not find anything in this place, so he needed to find another place. The bi-siblings and Whooshing Crocodile nodded. Lin Tian was the authority in searching for origin veins, so they naturally had to listen to Lin Tian. Not long after, the group appeared in another place. Lin Tian activated the dragon burial scripture and searched with the dragon pattern again. In the blink of an eye, another quarter of an hour passed. Let's find another place, Lin Tian Ondao. In this way, he quickly changed 7 places in this mountain in a row. We've passed 7 places. Kid, hurry up, Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian ignored it. The dragon pattern on the soles of his feet became brighter and spread out in all directions and below. Soon, dozens of breaths passed. A light flashed in his eyes, and then a ray of light flashed. Found it, he said, frowning slightly. Bai Qiu was surprised, and Whooshing Crocodile was also a little excited. Hurry up, find the way down, and use this origin vein to cultivate. All of them would benefit greatly from cultivating with a single Genesis vein. Wait, don't rush. Lin Tian frowned, and the dragon pattern in his eyes intertwined. We have indeed found the origin vein, but there are a lot of cold auras around this origin vein. I don't know what is emitting them. A lot of cold auras? Guardian spirits? Bai Qiu said, when spiritual energy converges into a vein, there will occasionally be guardian spirits and guardian beasts nearby. Back in the second heavens sea region, there was a powerful guardian beast near a spirit vein. It is naturally possible for there to be guardian spirits near an origin vein. Maybe. Lin Tian nodded. Let me take a look again. Buzz. He formed a seal with both hands, and the dragon pattern became denser. More and more rushed underground, reaching into the dark world. Soon, half a quarter of an hour passed. No, I can't see it clearly. He frowned, feeling a little strange. After the dragon rune had probed underground, he had discovered the Genesis vein deep underground and could feel waves of icy aura in the surroundings, but he could not see what these icy auras were. Next to him, Bai Ziki stood quietly, not saying anything. Bai Qiu also didn't speak. He didn't know much about this kind of thing. Whooshing Crocodile said, It's fine if you can't see it clearly. Regardless of whether you can see it clearly or not, we have to go down. This is certain. As for those cold auras, it doesn't matter if you can't see them clearly. Even if there is danger, we still have a quasi-divine armament. With our strength and a quasi-divine armament, ordinary dangers can't do anything to us. Lin Tian nodded when he heard this. He felt that Whooshing Crocodile's words made sense. Since they have found the origin vein, they must go down. It's impossible to give up this origin vein just because they can't see what the cold auras are. Moreover, they have a quasi-divine armament. Even if there is danger, they should be able to withstand it. Then let's go. I'll lead the way. You guys follow behind me, he said. Immediately he moved. The dragon pattern intertwined, and the towering heaven sword will spread out, digging a tunnel that led downwards. The bi-siblings and Whooshing Crocodile followed behind. They worked together to seal the entrance of the tunnel with a layer of earth to prevent others from discovering it. Lin Tian used the dragon pattern to find the way, and the towering heaven sword light to dig up the broken tunnel. Bai Ziki also helped. After 2 hours, another layer of earth was broken open, revealing a spacious space with many forks. A huge underground karst cave. Whooshing Crocodile muttered. The Bai siblings were a little surprised. Even Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. When he used the dragon pattern to search earlier, he had only found the origin vein and sensed a strange cold aura. However, he did not sense the existence of such a space. This space was very dim and he could not see very far. He once again activated the dragon burial scripture, and the dragon pattern extended in all directions. Not long after, he found the aura of the origin vein in the depths of this space. It was very far from here. At the same time, he once again sensed the cold aura around the origin vein. Unfortunately, he still could not see what it was. Follow behind me. Also, be careful. The cold aura I sensed earlier is in this space, he said. The Bai siblings and Whooshing Crocodile nodded and followed Lin Tian forward. Lin Tian activated the dragon burial scripture and found a forked path in the middle. He used the dragon pattern to explore the path and walked towards the depths. His steps were not fast. Instead, they were very steady as he slowly advanced. It was dark in front of him. Suddenly, a white figure flashed past, causing his brows to furrow. What was that just now? Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. It naturally saw it too. Bai Qiu muttered, I didn't see it clearly, but it seemed to be in human form. Bai Ziki stared ahead with a frown. Lightning flashed in his eyes. Lin Tian frowned as well. After all, that white figure from before wasn't too far away from them, and it was at most around 30 m away. At such a close distance, they were actually unable to clearly see what it was even with their strength. At this moment, the few of them turned their heads and saw a white shadow flashing behind them, disappearing in an instant. Kid, did you see it clearly this time? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian frowned and shook his head. No. Where's the Bai family's girl? No. Brother-in-law? Bai Ziki ignored it, but his meaning was very obvious. He naturally did not see it clearly. For a time, the air in this place seemed to have become much colder. Damn it, what the hell is that? Whooshing Crocodile cursed. Their group could easily kill a half-step Great Tao expert. But now, two things had flashed past them, and they had not been able to see what the other party looked like. Be more cautious. Let's continue forward, Lin Tian said. The three people and the crocodile continued to go deeper. Lin Tian was still in front, using the dragon pattern to explore the path. In the blink of an eye, the group walked for about 1,000 feet. At that moment, another white figure flashed past 7 feet in front of them. Its figure was blurry as it rushed into the darkness on the other side. Chapter 800. Bai Qiu and Whooshing Crocodile stared at each other, and so did Bai Ziki. They were all shocked by Lin Tian's sudden action. A faint golden light appeared in Lin Tian's hand as he grabbed the white figure from the darkness. He felt a burst of coldness in his hand as he threw the white figure on the ground with a pung sound. Then he stepped on the white figure right before it was about to jump up, causing the ground to crack. Let Lord Crocodile see what this is. Whooshing Crocodile came forward. The Bai siblings naturally came over and looked at the white shadow. Then they were slightly moved, revealing strange expressions. Looking at it closely, the white shadow looked like a human body, but it had no face, and its body was very vague. Damn, no wonder I couldn't see it clearly twice. It's a blur, and it doesn't have a face. Whooshing Crocodile cursed. The white shadow roared and struggled violently under Lin Tian's foot. It was very strong, almost breaking free from Lin Tian's foot. It looked a little fierce. Moreover, there was an extremely cold aura intertwined, with wisps of murderous aura. It's exactly the same as the cold aura around the source vein that I sensed before. Lin Tian frowned slightly. The murderous aura in it seems to be a little special. I seem to have felt it somewhere before. Bai Qiu was a little curious. Aren't all murderous auras the same? Whooshing Crocodile rolled his eyes. Little girl, you don't have common sense. Everyone's divine power is different, and everyone's demon power is different. Lord Crocodile will give you a simple example. Some ferocious humans will gradually have murderous auras, and some naturally born evil spirits will also have murderous auras. The murderous auras of the two are very different, understand? Bai Qiu curled her lips. Understood. Well, you're worth teaching. Whooshing Crocodile said proudly. Lin Tian stepped on the white shadow, which roared and struggled. Then, with a whoosh, it collapsed into a pool of ice water. The three people and one crocodile's expression changed slightly, and they were moved. It's condensed from ice water, but it's not a physical body. Whooshing Crocodile said. Bai Qiu asked softly, is this formed naturally, or did someone use some kind of divine ability here? When she asked this question, Lin Tian and Bai Ziki both frowned. Whooshing Crocodile thought for a moment, then couldn't help but shake his head. At the moment, it was not easy to distinguish between them. Continue forward. Be careful. Lin Tiandao. At this time, several people felt that something was wrong. However, it was impossible for them to retreat just like that. Immediately, the group continued to walk deeper into the space. This underground space was similar to a karst cave. There were many forks in the road, and it was very dark. Even people as strong as Lin Tian and the others couldn't see very far. They could only see about 5 zhang. In front of them, there were even more white figures. This time, they were no longer flickering, but directly pouncing over. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air being torn apart rang out. The dense white figures flashed horizontally, intertwining with an extremely cold aura. Whooshing Crocodile stretched out its claws and slapped one away. Then it immediately bared its teeth, feeling that its claws were about to be numb from the cold. What the hell is this? It cursed. Lin Tian waved his sword, while Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu also used their divine arts, shattering all the white figures that were coming at them. The aura of these white figures was very cold, and they carried a murderous aura. Their strength was almost comparable to a half-step great Tao expert. Most importantly, there were many of them. In just a few dozen breaths, there were already dozens of them. As the group walked deeper into the space, there were even more white figures coming at them. There were at least 100 of them. Clang! Lin Tian waved his towering sky sword. Each sword aimed at the space between his eyebrows, killing these white figures one by one. Only a cold aura lingered in the air. Kid, how far are we from that source vein? Whooshing Crocodile asked, smashing a white figure with its claws. Soon. Lin Tiandao, Bai Ziki, and Bai Qiu did not speak. They killed the white figures and followed behind Lin Tian. Their group was now very strong, and killing half-step great Tao experts was very easy. Although there were white figures obstructing them, they did not pose much of a threat. With Lin Tian leading the way, they gradually sensed powerful spirit qi in front of them. We're here. Lin Tiandao. After crossing a corner, a bright light shone in front of them. A huge dragon was lying on the ground, and it was unknown how far it stretched. The dragon's body was completely formed by pure spiritual energy. It could be said that it was a spiritual dragon, and it was astonishing to the extreme. Source vein, a complete source vein. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Bai Qiu was also excited. Even Bai Ziki's eyes flashed with a bright light. Clearly, he was also shocked. Lin Tiandao said, the source vein has not gained sentience and will not move on its own. Let's enter and cultivate separately. Boom! Before he could finish speaking, a majestic aura suddenly appeared, causing his body to tremble. In front of them, inside the source vein, a pair of blood-red eyes lit up. They were intertwined with coldness, cruelty, and heartlessness. Damn, we can't be so unlucky, right? This source vein has gained sentience. Whooshing Crocodile trembled. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu also became alert. This aura was a little scary, and it seemed to have surpassed the great Tao level. A cold snort came from the source vein, and a figure stood up. It had a humanoid shape, but its body was covered in red hair. Its face was like that of an ape, and it gave off a murderous and sinister aura. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes immediately widened. It's not the source vein that has gained sentience. This is a monkey demon has entered this place. Baiziki's body was covered in lightning, and Baichio's body was also covered in the power of extreme yin. They both felt a great threat. Only Lin Tian recognized this creature, and his expression changed. Spirit demon. Hearing his words, the Bai siblings and Whooshing Crocodile looked at him. Let's go. Lin Tiandao directly retreated. At this time, he finally knew what the familiar murderous aura he felt before was. It turned out that it came from a spirit demon. When he was in the third heaven, he encountered a spirit demon. This kind of creature is born in a place with very rich spiritual energy and is very powerful. The spirit demon in front of him is comparable to a Wu Zhan realm expert. Moreover, at this time what he was more concerned about was that this spirit demon seemed to have extremely high intelligence. Those white shadows from before seemed to have come from this spirit demon. Those white shadows had the same murderous aura as this spirit demon. Spirit demons can be said to be the favored children of nature. They are equivalent to the king body of humans, and their combat power is often very tyrannical. But now, this is a Wu Zhan realm spirit demon, and it's impossible for them to resist it. The Bai siblings and Whooshing Crocodile also retreated. Although Whooshing Crocodile didn't want to give up his source vein, he still felt the tyrannical power of the monster in front of him. It's absolutely not his opponent. Human, you know this king. The spirit demon stared at Lin Tiandao with a fierce light in its eyes. It could already speak human language, but it was still not fluent. With a whoosh, the spirit demon quickly approached Lin Tiandao. Suddenly, a surge of murderous aura pressed down like a wave. Lin Tiandao gritted his teeth and directly propped up the mountain-shaking bell, activating it to the extreme and sweeping out an immortal murderous light. Quasi-divine weapon. The spirit demon opened its mouth and slapped the murderous light of the quasi-divine bell. It stared at Lin Tiandao, and then its gaze suddenly fell on Baichio, and its eyes suddenly revealed excitement and greed. It let out a low roar, and its murderous aura became stronger as it rushed towards Baichio. Lin Tiandao's expression changed again. He directly propped up the reincarnation map, and at the same time summoned the Sea of Knowledge's anomaly. While using this supernatural power to suppress the approaching spirit demon, he retreated. Activate this bell together, he said. Spirit demons were creatures that were born along with the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It sounded very pure, but in fact it was not. These creatures were very cruel and liked to feed on young girls. That was why they were called demons. Baiziki had clearly also noticed that the spirit demon was staring at Baichio. His face immediately grew sullen, and he directly propped up the divine cry palace and the Sea of Knowledge's anomaly to face the spirit demon. At the same time, he also cooperated with Lin Tianyi to activate the quasi-divine weapon bell. Boom! All of a sudden, the quasi-divine weapon shone brightly, causing the underground space to shake. Baichio also propped up the king's territory, and a vast amount of power surged. The pure power of Yin intertwined, making it extremely powerful. Whooshing Crocodile naturally also took action. While propping up the great supernatural power of the demons, they also activated the quasi-divine weapon. All of a sudden, a surging power emerged, as if a new ocean had surged up and pressed towards the spirit demon. Let's retreat, Lin Tiandao said. He did not think that this would be enough to do anything to the spirit demon. It was obviously impossible. Now, it was already a great fortune to be able to escape from this place alive. The quasi-divine weapon was extremely powerful, and the supernatural powers of the three people and the crocodile were also very powerful. However, to the spirit demon of the enlightenment realm, they were really nothing. The spirit demon stared at Lin Tian and the others, as well as Bai Qiu, and continued to slap them. With a crack, all the supernatural powers and secret techniques were shattered. The three people and the crocodile all trembled and coughed up blood. However, they did not care. All of them retreated and escaped from the path they came from. "Don't even think about escaping," the spirit demon said. Its eyes were bloodshot. With a wave of its hand, it condensed a large amount of water, which turned into thousands of densely packed white shadows, blocking all the forks in the surroundings. Wuxing Crocodile immediately cursed. Damn it, those ghostly white shadows just now were actually created by this thing. The densely packed white shadows growled and turned into a blur. With a vicious aura, they formed a white wall, blocking all the paths. "Blast it open." Lin Tian gritted his teeth. The three people and the crocodile activated the mountain-shaking bell at the same time, causing this treasure bell to shine brightly. In the blink of an eye, it shattered hundreds of white shadows. They did not hesitate at all. While killing the white shadows to open up a path, they quickly escaped. However, at this time, the spirit demon was behind them. Another violent wave of blood came crashing over. The three people and the crocodile turned their quasi-divine weapons to meet the attack. They collided with the incoming wave of blood and coughed up blood again. "Damn it, we've been screwed over by that bullsh *T13 fiends. There's actually such an old monster hiding in this place." Wuxing Crocodile cursed loudly. Chapter 801. Lin Tian and the Bai siblings were not in the mood to pay attention to the Wuxing Crocodile's curses. At this moment, the spirit demon, which was comparable to a Wujin realm expert, was pressing down on them. That murderous aura was too terrifying. Moreover, the spirit demon could even use a simple secret technique to create a dense group of white puppets, blocking all their escape routes. "You will all become my food, my food." The spirit demon closed in. Its eyes were blood red, and its words were not clear, but it was even more terrifying. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and waved the Ling Tian River, slashing out a large area, crushing the white puppets and breaking out of the encirclement. At the same time, the quasi-divine weapon mountain shaking bell was still under the combined power of the few people, facing the spirit demon. Boom! The tyrannical, quasi-divine weapon's aura pressed down on the spirit demon. The dense, murderous aura shook the underground space non-stop. However, it was still useless. The spirit demon only pressed down with its palm, and in an instant, all the murderous aura from the quasi-divine weapons were shattered. The three people and one crocodile were affected by the recoil and coughed up blood again. Their faces turned pale. They used their special techniques together. The reincarnation diagram, Divine Cry Palace, Starry Moon, and other great techniques appeared one by one, shining brightly in all directions. The spirit demon roared, and its murderous aura filled the air. Like a violent wave, it annihilated all the great techniques of the three people and one crocodile in the blink of an eye. With a whoosh, the spirit demon was extremely fast. It was the first to close in on Bai Qiu. It reached out to grab him, and its eyes were filled with greed and evil. "Get lost!" Lin Tian shouted. He was not slow either. He flashed in front of the spirit demon, raised his golden fist, and smashed everything with his pure physique. With a bang, his fist landed firmly on the spirit demon's big hand, causing the spirit demon to tremble slightly. As for himself, he was in a very sorry state. The web between his thumb and forefinger split open on the spot, and blood flowed out. He staggered back a few feet. "Are you crazy? That's a Wujin realm demon. Although your physical body is abnormal, it's not to the extent that you can fight against a Wujin realm demon." Wuxing Crocodile said quickly. At the same time, he used a great demon special technique and faced the spirit demon once again. The spirit demon roared, and the rolling sound waves suppressed everything. The three men and one crocodile felt as if their eardrums were about to shatter. Their internal organs were in pain as if they were about to shatter, The spirit demon glared at the three of them and the crocodile. His eyes were filled with malevolence, cruelty, and evilness. With a sinister smile, he pressed forward once more. With a single step, he covered a distance of several feet. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the three of them. The expressions of the three people and one alligator changed. They frantically activated their quasi-divine weapons, causing them to emit the most resplendent radiance as they faced the approaching spirit demon. A wave of baleful aura gushed forth, breaking through everything and forcing the three people and one crocodile to retreat. This caused the mountain shaking bell, which was a quasi-divine weapon, to tremble intensely. Cough! Lin Tian coughed up blood as his body collapsed. Because of his spiritual imprint on the bell, his injuries were the most severe. Human die. Die. The spirit demon had a ferocious expression on his face as his murderous aura sealed off the surroundings. At this moment, he was actually the first to grab at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression changed as he endured the excruciating pain and propped up the reincarnation diagram. At the side, Baiziki and Baiqiu also propped up the king's territory, while the whooshing crocodile flapped its wings and Dao laws surged forward. However, in the face of the Wujin realm's spirit demon, their attacks were too weak and were directly shattered. Even the king's territory couldn't block it. Die, die, die. The spirit demon's eyes were full of evil light. Its large hand was covered in red hair as it descended towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, and a ruthless look suddenly appeared in his eyes. He sent a voice transmission to Baiziki, Baiqiu, and the whooshing crocodile, preparing to sacrifice the immortal Lingjing crystal pillar that Feng Yu had given to the demonized middle-aged man in the stone ring. Ya. At this moment, a weak voice sounded. It sounded a little naive, like a child who had just woken up. This time, the sound was heard by everyone. All of a sudden, the spirit demon that was pressing over trembled as if it had sensed something terrifying. It couldn't help but stop, and its ferocious eyes were full of fear at this moment. That lucky fellow has made a sound and already has consciousness. It's taking shape inside. It's awake. The whooshing crocodile widened its eyes and was shocked. Even this old demon with spiritual wisdom was shocked. The Bai siblings were slightly shocked and turned to look at Lin Tian in unison. They clearly heard that the sound came from Lin Tian's body. Even Lin Tian was moved. The lucky fellow in the divine egg actually made even the Wujin realm's spirit demon afraid of it. Ya. The naive voice sounded again, like a filial son acting coquettishly. This voice was a little crisp and cute. It was very pleasant to the ears, but it was undoubtedly very ear-piercing to the spirit demon's ears. It was so shocked that it couldn't help but take a step back. The whooshing crocodile knew that this voice came from the lucky fellow in the divine egg in Lin Tian's body. He also knew that the lucky fellow was not ordinary. However, at this time, seeing such a ferocious spirit demon scared to this extent, his shock became even stronger. But soon, this fellow revealed a smirk. After coughing twice, he suddenly shouted at Lin Tian, "Lucky fellow, you woke up. Your father was bullied by that red-haired monster. He was beaten to the point of vomiting blood." When Lin Tian heard this, he almost fell to the ground. This scoundrel crocodile, what is he saying? Baiziki frowned, and Baiqiu's gaze was strange. They both stared at Lin Tian. Black lines appeared on Lin Tian's forehead. He really wanted to send the whooshing crocodile flying with a kick. At this time, after the whooshing crocodile shouted, the squeaking sound stopped. It became very quiet, as if the lucky fellow in the divine egg was looking at something. Then, in the next moment, a ball of light rushed out from Lin Tian's abdomen. It was divine and resplendent. Ya. It was the same voice as before, but this time it was clearly angry. With a boom, a shocking light came out from Lin Tian's abdomen, instantly illuminating the surroundings. In an instant, a special wave rolled out. With Lin Tian as the center, a blood-red divine phoenix circled, a purple-gold true dragon roared. A raging flame vermilion bird soared in the sky. A flying snake black tortoise stretched out the sea, and other unprecedented heavenly anomalies surged out majestically. The three people and one crocodile's expressions changed. They were all shocked by this scene. The group was shocked. This kind of ridicule was too terrifying. The aura of an ancient emperor is only SOSO. This lucky fellow hasn't really been born yet. The scales all over the whooshing crocodile's body stood on end. Opposite them, the Enlightenment Realm's spirit demon trembled as if it had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Its eyes were instantly filled with fear, and it only let out a shrill scream. It directly turned into a blood-red bolt of lightning and fled into the distance. At this moment, its speed was extremely fast. It even abandoned the Genesis vein and fled without a trace in an instant. As it did so, the dense white shadows around it exploded, shattering into pieces and turning into puddles of icy water. Yeah, the angry voice came out again. The lucky fellow in the divine egg was clearly very angry. Lin Tian was stunned. His face was full of disbelief. The lucky fellow in the divine egg in his body was really beyond his expectations. It was too extraordinary. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu stared at him, their faces full of shock. The lucky fellow in the divine egg said angrily again. It seemed to have calmed down after seeing the spirit demon escape, and its voice became cute again. At the same time, the terrifying phenomena of the heavens and the earth around Lin Tian vanished as well, and the surroundings fell into darkness once more. The whooshing crocodile stared at Lin Tian's abdomen with wide eyes. It was really shocked by the lucky fellow in the divine egg, but in the next moment, it let out a long sigh of relief. Because the spirit demon had been scared away, it seemed to have escaped from this underground space. Their group was completely safe. Bai Qiu looked at Lin Tian and asked in a small voice, "Just now, what was that?" Lin Tian was just about to speak when the whooshing crocodile directly coughed twice. Because there was no longer any danger, it acted like a bitch again and said, "Lin Xing's baby!" Slap. "Ow, Xing Xing, you." The whooshing crocodile cursed loudly. It was sent flying by Lin Tian's slap, hitting a distant earth wall and embedding itself in it. "It's an egg that I accidentally obtained in the fourth heaven." Lin Tian briefly explained the matter of the divine egg in his body to the Bai siblings. Bai Qiu opened her mouth. "You want to hatch the egg?" Lin Tian raised his hand and knocked her on the head. "What egg hatching? I can't speak." Bai Qiu covered her forehead and looked away, but her eyes were staring straight at Lin Tian's abdomen. "The lucky fellow in the egg seems to be very heaven-defying," she whispered. Next to her, Bai Ziki didn't say anything, but the surprise in his eyes couldn't be concealed. He also stared at Lin Tian's abdomen. Lin Tian coughed twice. Being stared at like this, especially by a man, is really embarrassing. The spirit demon seems to have completely escaped from here, and those white shadows are also broken. "Let's refine the source vein," he said. The whooshing crocodile flew back from afar. Hearing this, its eyes lit up. Yes, let's hurry up and refine the source vein B." The group turned around and walked back to the depths. During this process, because he was worried that the spirit demon might return midway, Lin Tianyi engraved many runes. As long as the spirit demon appears, even if it's far away, he will be able to detect it immediately. Very soon, they reappeared in front of the Genesis vein, and once again felt the boundless spirit energy. At this time, just standing in front of the source vein, they felt that the pores all over their body are about to open. "Let's go in." Lin Tiandao. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the first step and directly stepped into the source vein in front of him. For a time, incomparably rich and pure aura wrapped around him, making him feel as if he has entered a hot spring, making him feel indescribably comfortable. Awesome. The whooshing crocodile stepped into the source vein and directly exclaimed. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu walked in, their eyes shining. "Brother, How long will it take for you to master that Tao technique? Bai Qiu asked Bai Ziki. Hearing this, Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but look at Bai Ziki. They all knew that Bai Ziki had been comprehending a paragon technique recently and had been deliberately suppressing his cultivation. Soon, use the source vein essence here to comprehend the Tao technique faster. I should be able to control it by today. Chapter 802. After hearing Bai Ziki's words, Lin Tian didn't ask any more questions. He said, "Cultivate." Then he sat down cross-legged in the Genesis vein. Wuxing Crocodile naturally couldn't wait any longer. With a roar, it directly activated the monster race's mental cultivation method. Lord Crocodile is going to reach the peak again. It howled. Lin Tian glanced at it, but didn't respond. Don't howl. Be careful not to attract that monster again. Bai Qiu glared at it. Wuxing Crocodile pursed its lips, but it was still a little annoyed. It immediately stopped talking and seriously immersed itself in cultivation. Bai Ziki sat down on the other side. Bai Qiu activated the ancient scriptures' mental cultivation method, while Bai Ziki closed his eyes slightly. Specks of light appeared around his body, allowing the rich spirit qi of the Genesis vein to interweave into his body to help him comprehend and cultivate his theurgy. Lin Tian swept a glance around, then closed his eyes and activated the Sun Heart Sutra. A faint golden divine light immediately appeared and wrapped around his body, making him look like he was made of gold. Suddenly, the Genesis vein essence in this place surged towards him. It's not a complete Genesis vein. Most of it has already been refined by the spirit demon. At most, there's only half of the Genesis vein essence left. He muttered in his heart. He cultivated the dragon burial scripture, so he naturally sensed that there was a huge flaw in this Genesis vein. He shook his head inwardly. He didn't care. Half of the Genesis vein essence was quite a lot. It was enough for them to raise their cultivation by a small stage or even more. He calmed his heart and concentrated, activating the Sun Heart Sutra to mobilize the Genesis vein's power into his body. Like before, he continued to use the spirit qi to refine his divine power and strengthen his physique. As he focused on cultivating, the golden light around his body suddenly became more dazzling. In reality, his current divine power was already very pure, and his physique was strong enough. Ordinary great path cultivators could not compare to him. However, this did not mean that he did not need to continue tempering his divine power. After all, he was still in the Celestial Ascension realm, and the cultivation of the Celestial Ascension realm was to temper his divine power and build his physique. If he continued to do so, he would become even stronger. After becoming stronger, it would be easier to comprehend the Tao, and the capacity to bear the Tao would also become stronger. As he circulated the Sun Heart Sutra, strands of Genesis vein essence flowed into his body. Under the guidance of his spirit, the essence swiftly flowed to every corner of his body and fused with his divine power. Next to Lin Tian's life essence, the little guy in the divine egg let out a joyful cry. The patterns on the egg's surface flickered as it followed Lin Tian to absorb the essence of the origin vein. Moreover, at this time its absorption speed was even faster than Lin Tian's, and the rolling spiritual energy was continuously absorbed by it. Lin Tian glanced at it with a spirit and smiled faintly. He did not pay it any mind and continued to immerse himself in cultivation. The little guy was now in the divine egg and needed to absorb enough spiritual energy before it could break out of the eggshell and come into the world. He also hoped that the little guy could come into this world sooner, so that it could truly see this world with its naked eyes. Buzz! The origin vein essence entered his body and cooperated with the circulation of his divine power, tempering his divine power and building his physique in a cycle. This was a very boring process because he had to do the same thing over and over again. Moreover, it took a very long time. However, on the path of cultivation, he had always been like this. Lin Tian was naturally already used to it. His spirit was immersed in his body, and he could clearly see his divine power, flesh, and organs. Then, as the Sun Heart Sutra circulated, as the origin vein essence refined his divine power and built his physique, he saw his divine power become purer and his flesh more crystalline. His organs were also becoming stronger little by little, and his blood and qi were also becoming stronger. In his body, the little guy in the divine egg seemed to be jumping. The divine egg trembled slightly, and the runes on its surface became brighter. At the same time, the origin vein essence energy in the origin vein was continuously flowing into the Bai siblings and Wuxing crocodile. Bai Qiu's and Wuxing crocodile's auras were rapidly rising. Bai Ziqi's aura did not become stronger, but it was clearly more condensed. Moreover, strands of special light would occasionally appear outside his body, constantly changing, making him appear somewhat unfathomable. Just like this, 10 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! At this moment, the essence energy in the origin vein fluctuated slightly, and the aura outside Lin Tian's body suddenly became stronger. In the next instant, this aura was absorbed and concealed again. 9th layer of the connecting immortal realm. Lin Tian opened his eyes, which flashed brightly. At this moment, he had reached the 9th layer from the 8th layer of the connecting immortal realm. His divine power was several times purer and stronger, and his physical body was also more powerful. It seemed like he could shatter the void with a casual wave of his hand. Boom! At this moment, not far from him, powerful waves of divine power surged from Bai Qiu's body. He had reached the 8th layer of the connecting immortal realm. Almost at the same time, Wuxing crocodile let out a low howl and directly reached the 8th layer from the 6th layer of the connecting immortal realm. The origin vein essence energy is awesome. This guy howled. It's a pity that it's not complete. Bai Qiu said, after cultivating for so long, she had also discovered that the origin vein was not complete. It was missing more than half. That damned spirit demon swallowed more than half. Damn it! Wuxing crocodile cursed. At this moment, there was not much origin vein essence energy left, and it was almost exhausted. Lin Tiandao said, "All right, we've all gained something. This trip was not in vain." Wuxing crocodile pursed his lips and did not say anything. Lin Tian closed his eyes again and relied on the remaining origin vein essence energy to consolidate his cultivation. Seeing this, Bai Qiu and Wuxing crocodile naturally began to consolidate their cultivation as well. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. 2 hours later, Lin Tian, Bai Qiu, and Wuxing crocodile opened their eyes one after another and stood up at the same time. At this moment, the origin vein essence energy had been completely exhausted. There was not a single bit left. Wuxing crocodile glanced at Bai Ziqi and clicked his tongue. Brother-in-law is still comprehending. Not far away, Bai Ziqi's eyes were slightly closed. Faint light intertwined around his body. He was still at the 8th layer of the connecting immortal realm, but the aura he exuded was vaguely much stronger. At this moment, the space around him was twisting on its own. Lin Tianwei narrowed his eyes. The technique Bai Ziqi was cultivating was not simple. He could feel a terrifying aura. He and Bai Qiu's 5 elemental crocodile retreated a little and stood guard, quietly, waiting for Bai Ziqi to wake up. They waited for a full 3 days. 3 days later, Bai Ziqi opened his eyes. The dark space seemed to be illuminated a little in an instant. Damn, brother-in-law, what technique are you cultivating? Why do I feel a little scared? The 5 bear crocodiles stared. Bai Ziqi glanced at it and didn't bother with it. Brother, how is it? Bai Qiu went up and asked. Bai Ziqi nodded. His meaning was obvious. He had already mastered that remarkable power. Congratulations. Lin Tian smiled. Bai Ziqi nodded and did not say much. The origin vein had been completely refined in this place. The group naturally did not stay any longer. They followed the original path and walked to the surface. During this process, because the spirit demon had completely left, they did not encounter any strange places. It was very peaceful along the way. It did not take long for them to return to the surface through the tunnel they had dug previously. It was still the same mountain range from before. The vegetation was lush, and there was a gentle breeze blowing from afar. It was very comfortable. Continued to search for treasures. Baichio said, Lord Crocodile absolutely agrees. It's best to find another origin vein. Lord Crocodile will directly rush into the great Tao realm. Wuxing Crocodile said, generally speaking, the most important thing for ordinary cultivators in the late stage of the immortal ascension realm was to comprehend the Tao, grasp the Tao, and then step into the great Tao realm. However, it was different. It had reached the peak of the Nirvana realm before. Now it was its second time cultivating. Under such circumstances, it only needed to have enough spiritual energy to support it all the way forward. Moreover, it was a primitive beast. It did not need to comprehend the Tao in the immortal ascension realm. After that, it could directly control the 5 elements great Tao. Lin Tian glanced at it. What do you think origin veins are? Are there so many of them? Lord Crocodile is just saying. Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes. The group glanced at the mountain range and walked out of the mountain range on foot. In the 4th heaven, the wasteland was very vast. The mountains were continuous and rivers were rolling. It was said that since ancient times, no one had really walked through this wasteland. The speed of the 3 people and 1 crocodile wasn't slow. Soon, they left the mountain range and walked a long distance. Little Crocodile, I heard that crocodiles have a very sensitive nose. Smell it and see if there are any spiritual lands or tombs nearby. Baichio said. Wuxing Crocodile suddenly said, Bah! Only dogs have sensitive noses. Baichio curled his lips and stopped talking. At this moment, the group was walking on a slightly brownish-yellow land. There was a lot of sand on the ground. Occasionally, when the wind blows, the sand and dust would roll up. It was as if they were walking in a desert. There were also many other cultivators in the surroundings. They were either traveling alone or with companions. Their expressions were all slightly vigilant because this heaven domain was extremely chaotic. Killing and seizing treasures could happen at any time, so they naturally had to be careful. Clatter! At this time, the sound of iron chains colliding with each other sounded in front of them. A group of figures with their hands and feet chained walked over. These people's clothes were a little tattered, and their faces were very haggard. It seemed that they had not eaten or drunk for a few days. Lin Tian looked up and frowned. These people are not cultivators. There were more than 30 people chained to their hands and feet. At a glance, he found that these people were all ordinary people without the slightest cultivation. Moreover, these people were followed by 2 cultivators on each side. There was also a cultivator behind them. They were all holding long whips. Their eyes were very cold, and they looked at these people coldly. Seeing this scene, Baiziki and Baichio frowned. Chapter 803. Hearing Wuxing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian's frown deepened. As cultivators, they actually captured mortals as slaves? This was too much. Beside him, Baiziki and Baichio also frowned. They were clearly very disgusted by this. The 30 or so people's clothes were tattered, their faces were haggard, and they were covered in dirt. As they walked, the chains on their hands and feet clashed against each other, making clanking sounds. Old thing, walk faster! A cold shout rang out. The cultivator at the back of the group swung the whip in his hand and ruthlessly lashed out at an old man in his 60s. The old man's clothes were instantly torn apart, and a deep wound was left on his back. With a bang, the old man fell to the ground and let out a weak cry of pain. Get up! The person swinging the whip shouted and whipped down again. The 30 or so people's faces were haggard. Their eyes were filled with anger, but they didn't dare to speak. It was clear that they were afraid. Bad guy! Bad guy! An 8-year-old girl ran to the old man's side and angrily stared at the cultivator holding the whip. The little girl's face was dirty and she was also shackled. Perhaps because she was still young, she wasn't as afraid of the cultivator as the adults. The cultivator's face immediately turned cold and revealed a ferocious expression. A mere mortal ant dares to roar at me? With a whoosh, the person swung the whip in his hand. There was a faint light, making the whip look like a bloodthirsty snake as it pierced towards the little girl's throat. There were many cultivators in the surroundings, but when they saw this, their expressions didn't change. Instead, many of them looked in that direction, as if they were anticipating the scene of the little girl's throat being pierced by the whip and blood splattering everywhere. Lin Tian stared at the cultivator holding the whip towards the little girl. His expression turned cold and he was about to attack. Bastard! At this moment, an angry shout came from beside him. Bai Qiu stepped forward and blocked the little girl's path in the blink of an eye. He grabbed the whip in his left hand. This scene caused everyone's expressions to change. The cultivator holding the whip was also shocked, and the coldness in his eyes became even stronger. Where did this wild girl come from? How dare you disturb my Sanluo divine sect? When Bai Qiu saw that this cultivator wanted to poison an 8-year-old ordinary girl, she was already unhappy. Now that he opened his mouth and called her a wild girl, she became even angrier. She directly raised her hand and slapped the cultivator. Ah! A miserable cry sounded. This cultivator coughed out blood and was slapped flying far away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. For a time, the expressions of the surrounding cultivators changed again. I can't see any trace of him. How far did he fly? This girl dares to attack the people of the Sanluo divine sect. Many cultivators were shocked. More than 30 people wearing bracelets and ankles revealed strange expressions when they saw the scene. Clearly, they did not expect that in this place there would be people who they did not know who would stand up for them. On both sides of the 30 people, the other 4 cultivators already had cold expressions on their faces as they all charged towards Bai Qiu. How dare you injure the people of my sect? How dare you interfere with the matters of the Sanluo divine sect? You're courting death. The 4 people's eyes were cold. Seeing these 4 people rushing towards Bai Qiu, most of the 30 or so natives wearing iron chains showed fear. They had seen how terrifying these people were before. They could crush stones with their bare hands and slash out divine light, just like the legendary immortals. Clang! Boom! The sound of swords and thunder sounded at the same time. Lin Tian and Bai Ziki made their move, turning the 4 people into blood mist. They actually killed the people of the Sanluo divine sect. That's a super force of the 6th heaven. How dare they? That's a super force of the 6th heaven. Many cultivators nearby felt their hearts palpitate. More than 30 ordinary people wearing bracelets and ankles stared at Lin Tian and Bai Ziki in shock and horror. The 4 powerful cultivators were actually turned into blood mist by these 2 people in an instant. They had never seen such a terrifying scene in their lives. Many people's faces turned pale. Lin Tian and Bai Ziki stepped forward and walked towards Bai Qiu. Although the 30 ordinary people were a little scared, they knew that Lin Tian and Bai Ziki had helped them. Some people stepped forward to thank them. The iron chains collided with each other, making a clattering sound. It's okay. Lin Tian. At this time, Bai Qiu had already used his divine power to heal the old man who was slapped to the ground. The old man thanked him repeatedly, and the 8-year-old girl next to him also thanked him. Little girl, you are really brave just now. Bai Qiu rubbed the little girl's head. The little girl's eyes widened. She seemed to have realized that Bai Qiu was very powerful. Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed Bai Qiu's sleeve. With tears in her eyes, she begged, "Big sister, can you help us save the others?" The others? Bai Qiu was slightly taken aback. Lin Tian and Bai Ziki also frowned. There were others? The few of them inquired seriously, and only then did they find out that these 30-odd people were indeed natives of this world, and they were from a village. The entire village had a total of over 100 people, and a few months ago they were captured by a group of cultivators to be slaves for mining. The little girl's parents were among them. Not long ago, the cultivators who captured them discovered a new mine. So now the 30 or so people were dragged to the new mine to mine, while the others remained in the original mine. This is too much, Bai Qiu said angrily. As cultivators, they actually captured ordinary people to be slaves for mining. According to those people, those ores seem to be able to extract something called sandstar iron. Those people want that kind of thing. Among the natives, someone gritted his teeth and said with hatred, "Those people make us dig day and night. We don't even have enough to eat. Some people die of exhaustion, some starve to death, and some were directly killed by them." Lin Tian furrowed his brows. He naturally knew about the sandstar iron. It was the main material for forging supreme treasures. As long as there was enough sandstar iron, forging supreme treasures would be extremely easy. It wouldn't be difficult to mass produce them. The little girl grabbed Bai Qiu's sleeve. "Big sister, I beg you. Save my parents. Save the others." The little girl's cheeks were a little muddy, and her eyes were teary. She looked a little pitiful. At this time, the other natives also looked at Lin Tian and the others, begging Lin Tian and the others for help. Then, dozens of people even knelt down one by one, including the old man in his 60s. They were from the same village. They had seen many people die while mining. Among the people there were also many friends and relatives. Now that they saw Lin Tian and the others were very powerful, a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. They hoped that Lin Tian and the others could help them save their friends and relatives. "Don't be like this. Old man, quickly get up." Lin Tian helped the old man up and said, "We will definitely help." In the world of cultivators, strength reigned supreme. In the eyes of powerful cultivators, ordinary mortals were like ants, not worth mentioning. However, Lin Tian would never forget that he had walked step by step from an ordinary mortal to where he was today, possessing a powerful cultivation base and battle prowess. Thus, he loathed cultivators making a move against innocent mortals. Now, a group of cultivators had captured the friends and relatives of these ordinary natives as slaves. They didn't give them enough to eat and would kill them if they were unhappy. These people could die at any time. At this time, dozens of people were kneeling in front of him and begging for help. Even the old man in his 60s was kneeling, so how could he just stand by and watch? He was a living person. His heart wasn't made of iron. Moreover, from the words of these indigenous people, he had already speculated the approximate strength and approximate number of cultivators who captured these indigenous people. Although they were not weak, for the 3 of them and the crocodile, they did not constitute any threat at all. It was very easy for them to rescue people from the hands of this group of cultivators. "Everyone, quickly get up. Don't worry. We will definitely help you save them." Bai Qiu also said. More than 30 people showed joy and excitement. They thanked him again and again. Many of them had tears in their eyes. Lin Tian looked at these people and asked about the location of the mining area. Then he learned the specific location from the old man in his 60s. "I'll go too. I'll go too. We'll all go." More than 30 people shouted. The iron chains wrapped around their hands and feet collided with each other, making clanking sounds. "We don't need too many people. Just find someone to lead the way for us." Lin Tiandao. As soon as he said that, he raised his right hand slightly and shot out dozens of sword lights, shattering all the chains that bound the more than 30 people. For a time, these people were shocked. With just a finger, the chains on their hands and feet were broken. However, after a while, these people recovered and thanked Lin Tian Dao again. These iron chains had bound them for too long. Lin Tianyi and the others escorted this group of people to a safe place, then asked a burly man to lead the way towards the big mining area. By the way, damn crocodile, I heard them mention the Sun Luo Divine Church before. It seems that the cultivators who captured the natives of this heaven to mine are from the Sun Luo Divine Church. What's the matter with this sect? Lin Tian asked Wuxing Crocodile via voice transmission. Bai Ziki and Bai Chiu could also hear it. The Sun Luo Divine Church isn't weak in the sixth heaven. It's slightly stronger than the Stone God clan in the fourth heaven. It's one of the strongest sects under the top forces in the sixth heaven, Wuxing Crocodile said. The dignified cultivators of the great sects in the sixth heaven actually did such a shady business, capturing ordinary people to mine ores. Bai Chiu said angrily. Sandstar iron is the main material for refining supreme treasures. If there is enough sandstar iron, one can forge supreme treasure-level weapons on a large scale, which is naturally a great help for the improvement of the strength of a sect. However, which of the cultivators of those great sects doesn't think highly of themselves? Who would be willing to mine ores themselves? Therefore, the ordinary natives of the heavenly realm would have to suffer. In the eyes of these cultivators, ordinary mortals are no different from ants on the roadside. Chapter 804. Listening to Wuxing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian didn't ask any more questions. The current situation is basically clear. The cultivators of the Sun Luo divine religion of the sixth heaven came down to gain experience and discovered a large sand iron mine. They then informed the sect, and more cultivators came. But these cultivators didn't want to dig it themselves, so they captured the natives to do the mining. Under the guidance of the burly man, the group walked for a long time. Gradually, a withered yellow mountain range appeared in front of them. There was no vegetation in this mountain range. It looked like a barren mountain. Basically, no one would come here to ask about it. It's right ahead, the innermost part of the mountain. The burly man pointed to the front and said. Lin Tian nodded. The group stepped towards the mountain and soon approached it. Who is it? The Sun Luo divine religion has sent many cultivators to this heaven. They also attach great importance to this mining area and have secretly arranged many sentries. As soon as the three people and one crocodile approached the edge of the mountain, two cultivators stood up and shouted loudly. These are two young men. Their eyes were gloomy, and their cultivation is close to the Zephyr realm. They can be considered to have extraordinary aptitude. Suddenly, one of the two people's gazes landed on the brawny man, and his expression became serious. I remember that you, a mortal, were taken to the new mine. How did you appear here? What's the matter? Another person took a step forward and walked over. His eyes were ice cold as they landed on Lin Tian and the others. And you all, what is going on? Explain everything in detail. The burly man was a little afraid of these two people, but he also hated them. The two of them killed several of our people. The young cultivator stepped forward. Listening to these words, his expression was still cold. Mere mortals are like livestock in captivity. If livestock don't listen to their owners, naturally they will be killed. What's the use of keeping them? You appeared here, and there are others following you. Today you will also die. The man looked at Lin Tian and the others. And you, today you will all die here. Wuxing Crocodile curled his lips. You're really arrogant, even more arrogant than Bratlin. Lin Tian didn't waste any words. With a flick of his finger, a cold light pierced through the man's forehead, killing him in one strike. You! Seeing that Lin Tianyi had killed his companion, the other person's expression suddenly changed. His cold expression disappeared and was replaced by fear. He tried to put on a strong front and said, How dare you kill our Sun Luo, divine sex people? Lin Tian flicked his finger again, and a ray of light flashed, causing the man's head to explode. Let's go. he said. With the muscular man leading the way, the group of people continued to walk into the mountain. Along the way, many hidden sentries jumped out. There were more than 10 of them, and most of them were young people. Their eyes were cold, and there was an unconcealable, killing intent. That person beat Old Li to death. Zhang Xian murmured. That person gave a 17-year-old girl to the girl later committed suicide. That person, just because someone accidentally touched him, he dug out that person's eyes. The muscular man pointed at these people with hatred. Even though he didn't dare to resist when he was enslaved, he still remembered everything clearly. Scum! Bai Qiu was furious. Was this still a cultivator? Lin Tian made his move. His heaven-piercing sword swept out in all directions. Blood splashed out, and more than 10 people were cut into a bloody mist. As cultivators, it was already intolerable for them to capture ordinary people as slaves. However, these people were still so cruel to the ordinary people they captured. They humiliated young girls and killed others. Even if they died 10,000 times, it wouldn't be enough to atone for their sins. We are cultivators of the Sun Luo divine sect, a superpower in the 6th heaven. You actually dare to do this. You are all courting death. These people were shocked and terrified. Lin Tianji waved his sword, and even a cultivator at the peak of the Zephyr realm was killed in an instant. Bai Ziki coldly snorted. With a rumbling sound, a thunderbolt fell from the sky and directly drowned the remaining people. Pu piu piu sounds rang out. The remaining 10 people all exploded. Not a single one survived. Not even their bones were left behind. Even the ground below was scorched black. Brother-in-law's cultivation didn't improve, but Lei Xinwei is even more terrifying. Wuxing Crocodile said. The sturdy native who led the way stood at the side. After seeing this scene, he was surprised and delighted. He was surprised by the strength of Lin Tianyi and the others, who easily killed the group of immortal-like people who had enslaved them. He was delighted because Lin Tianyi and the others were so powerful. His family, friends, and companions could all be saved. The group continued forward and encountered many cultivators of the Sun Luo divine sect. However, they were not very strong. The strongest was only at the 3rd heaven of the reaching immortal realm. They had committed many evil deeds and were mercilessly killed by the group of people. As the group stepped forward, the disciples of the Sun Luo divine sect, who were guarding the mountain, were scared. They staggered and kept retreating. Soon after, the true experts of the Sun Luo divine sect, who were guarding the mountain, were alarmed. 5 half-step great Tao experts and 1 early-stage great Tao expert stepped on the void and came over. Their blood and qi were extremely strong. How dare you? My Sun Luo divine sect is excavating a mine here. How dare you come and disturb us? The leading great Tao expert said coldly. Excavating a mine is the reason for you to capture ordinary people? Is the reason for you to humiliate young women? Is the reason for you to trample on the lives of those innocent natives? Lin Tian stared at the person and said. The leading great Tao expert was stunned when he heard that. He said with a sullen expression, Young man, are you joking with me? What are ordinary mortals? They are like ants. They can't even compare to fey beasts. Are you trying to tell me that you came here because of those mortals? To uphold justice? Elder, why are you wasting your breath on them? Just kill them. A half-step great Tao expert said. My Sun Luo divine sect is guarding this mine. How dare they come and cause trouble? If we kill them, we will be letting them off too easily. A half-step great Tao expert by the side said coldly, cripple their cultivation and throw them into the mine. Let them have a taste of what it's like to fall from a cultivator to a mortal. We'll kill them when the mine here is finished. That's a good idea. That's right. That should be the case. The other 3 half-step great Tao experts agreed. The leading great Tao expert's eyes were cold. After hearing that, he nodded. Then let's do that. Cripple their cultivation and throw them into the mine. As he spoke, he looked at the burly man following Lin Tian and company. As for this mortal, since he dared to bring people here to cause trouble, we will not let him off so easily. Later, we will execute him by dismemberment in the mine. We will let the other mortals see this clearly. It will also serve as a warning to these mortals. Also, before you kill him, ask him what happened. I remember that I sent people to escort him and a group of people to another place to mine. Bastards! Bai Qiu could not help but curse. These people were too detestable. Not only did they want to cripple their cultivation and throw them into the mine, they even wanted to use dismemberment to kill an ordinary mortal as a warning to the other captured mortals. How cruel was this? Among the 5 half-step great Tao experts, one of them tilted his head and stared at Bai Qiu. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of them. This was a middle-aged man. His qi and blood were like a furnace. He raised his hand and grabbed at Bai Qiu. At the same time, his hand enveloped Lin Tian and company. Wild girl, you have a foul mouth. And you little. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. At this moment, he raised his hand. Golden divine light shone brightly as he slapped the man's face. With a thud, the middle-aged man's head was smashed into mush. Blood, mixed with brain matter, splattered all over the ground. Immediately, the other members of the Shinra Divine sect changed their expressions. A half-step great Tao expert was slapped to death, just like that. At this moment, even the half-step great Tao expert in the lead was moved. His voice became even colder as he said, "Kill them directly." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward and pressed down. With just this simple slap, this person could tell that Lin Tian was not simple. He was very powerful, and thinking about it, to be able to rise with Lin Tianyi, the strength of the others could not be too weak. This person did not want any accidents to happen in the future. Boom! This person raised his hand and blasted out a black lotus platform. It was a secret technique of the Shinra Divine sect. It was very shocking as it pressed down on Lin Tian. At the same time, the other 4 half-step great Tao experts also blasted out similar techniques, pressing down on the Bai siblings. Violent divine power surged. For a moment, the void distorted by more than half. Leave the leader to me. Lin Tiandao, golden light intertwined in his eyes as he stared at the great Tao expert in the lead of the Shinra Divine sect. He pressed forward with his bare hands and smashed down with a punch. Boom! With a loud boom, the sky seemed to be about to split open. Cracking sounds could be heard. At this moment, facing this great Tao expert from the Shinra Divine sect, he did not use the quasi-divine weapon mount and shaking bell. Instead, he fought with his own strength. He directly smashed the other party's black lotus platform with a punch. Then he pressed forward without slowing down. The great Tao expert's expression changed drastically. Although he had already guessed that Lin Tian was not ordinary, he did not expect him to be so powerful that he could shatter the powerful divine power he had cast with a single punch. At this moment, Lin Tian's golden fist had already landed in front of him. He did not have time to dodge, so he could only circulate his divine power and cross his arms in front of him to block. Uft! Blood splattered. Lin Tian's punch was powerful and heavy. He did not show any mercy at all, directly shattering this great Tao expert. Instantly, everyone's expression changed. How is this possible? Elder is at the great Tao realm. He was actually impossible. In the distance, some ordinary disciples of the Shinra Divine sect were shocked. Elder, the 4 half-step great Tao experts who were pressing down on Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu were shocked. Their expressions changed. Boom! At this moment, the sound of thunder resounded in all directions, and a vast sea of purple lightning pressed down from the heavens. The 4 half-step great Tao experts immediately trembled. Under the pressure of this sea of lightning, fear rose in their hearts. The four of them roared. They madly circulated their divine power and activated their divine power to resist. Bai Ziki looked at Lin Tian, but did not even look at the four of them. The sea of purple lightning pressed down mercilessly, instantly shattering the four's divine powers and secret techniques. Then, the four of them were smashed into pieces. They did not even have the chance to scream. How? How is this possible? Those four lords are all at the half-step Great Tao level. They actually, this person, the people of the Shinra Divine sect stared at Bai Ziki, trembling uncontrollably. Boom! On the other side, the sky trembled. Golden divine light shook the surroundings, causing the great Tao expert guarding the Shinra Divine sect to roar in anger. Looking over, Lin Tianyi swung his iron fist with one hand and sent out sword rays with the other. His tyrannical combat strength was terrifying. He suppressed the great Tao expert of the Shinra Divine sect. A great Tao cultivator is nothing more than this, Lin Tianling said. Now his cultivation had reached the ninth heaven of the Ascension Immortal Realm. His divine power was pure, and his physique was more powerful. He had no fear of ordinary, first-tier, great Tao cultivators. Although the ninth heaven of the Ascension Immortal Realm is only a small step away from the early stage of the Great Tao, this is the difference between the major realms. Moreover, it is the difference between the Ascension Immortal Realm and the Great Tao. One has no Tao laws, while the other has Tao laws. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. Whooshing Crocodile muttered, "This kid can actually suppress ordinary early-stage, great Tao cultivators now. He is indeed a monster." Boom! Chapter 805. A Genius Remembers. Love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian and the others were all moved. They all looked towards the depths of the mountain. The blood wave that was hundreds of feet tall was scarlet, and there was a strong smell of blood. It seemed that the void where the blood wave surged was affected and slightly distorted. What is that thing spewing out? Whooshing Crocodile widened his eyes. Even Bai Ziki frowned. Lightning flashed in his eyes as he stared at the surging blood wave. Not only them, but the expressions of the other disciples of the Sanluo Divine sect also changed. It's from the mining area. What happened there? Why is there such a shocking blood wave surging? The space there seems to have been corroded. The disciples of the Sanluo Divine sect all looked towards the depths of the mountain range, and many of them couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the depths of the mountain range. It was an early-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator who was guarding the mining area for the Sanluo Divine sect. He looked a little panicked as he shouted at the great Tao powerhouse guarding this place from afar. "Elder, it's not good!" A blood river suddenly dug out from the bottom of the mine, and evil blood rushed out. A few of our disciples were instantly devoured. Senior brother Luo Gian went to suppress it, but he was also devoured by the evil blood. What? The great Tao powerhouse of the Sanluo Divine sect was shocked. Luo Guian was one of the few young geniuses that the Sanluo Divine sect had sent to this heavenly region to train. He was also the person who discovered the Sandstar iron mine here. He was already at the 6th heaven of the Ascension Immortal Realm and was very powerful. Now he was actually devoured by the evil blood dug out from the bottom of the mining area and died. That evil blood is spreading rapidly. The Sandstar iron that we dug out is about to be drowned. Someone in the distance shouted. The expression of the great Tao powerhouse of the Sanluo Divine sect changed again. He cursed in a low voice, abandoned Lin Tian, and quickly rushed into the depths. Dong! At this moment the sky trembled. A golden fist light tore through the sky and suppressed everything. At this moment, Lin Tian erupted with an incomparably terrifying force. The power of the ninth heaven of the Ascension immortal realm was fully unleashed. After a punch, it directly propped up the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory. The reincarnation diagram shone brightly, exuding a terrifying aura that was extremely divine and holy the moment it appeared. It directly enveloped this great Tao realm expert from the Sanluo divine sect. With a honglong noise, this void seemed like it was going to collapse, unable to endure the reincarnation diagram's might. The countenance of this great Tao realm expert from the Sanluo divine sect instantly changed drastically. The threat of death instantly shrouded his entire body, and he felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't even bring out his divine abilities or secret arts. He looked at Lin Tian and cried out in horror, "Stop! Pooh!" The mist of blood exploded. Under the pressure of the reincarnation diagram, Lin Tian exerted the full power of the ninth heaven of the connecting immortal realm. Its power was terrifying. It directly crushed the cultivator of the great path of the Sanluo divine sect into pieces. Even his spirit was annihilated. In an instant, the expressions of the other disciples of the Sanluo divine sect changed drastically, and they couldn't help but tremble. "Lord Elder, how is this possible? No, this can't be true. No, this is impossible. Illusion, it must be an illusion." These disciples of the Sanluo divine sect were terrified. The elder who guarded this place was at the great Tao realm, but now he was actually killed by a cultivator at the connecting immortal realm. It made them feel like they were having a nightmare. Lin Tian put away the reincarnation diagram and swept out the towering heaven sword scripture. Dense sword gleams fell in all directions like raindrops. Pooh, pooh, pooh. In the blink of an eye, all the disciples of the Sanluo divine sect here were killed. They either had their throats pierced or their glabella pierced. "Let's go over quickly," Lin Tian said to the bi-siblings Whooshing Crocodile and the Burly Man. The group quickly rushed into the depths of the mountain range. Soon, the group arrived at the depths of the mountain range. The mountain was reddish-brown, and there were large pieces of or everywhere. One could vaguely see specks of iron, sand between the rocks. At this moment, as far as the eye could see, the middle of the mining area was split open. Waves of blood kept gushing out like a gushing fountain. Then, the blood that spurted out spread on the ground and flowed in all directions. The blood was frighteningly red and had an amazing corrosive effect. One could see the blood rushing up from the ground. Wherever it flowed, the ground would be melted and corroded. Ghost blood. It's ghost blood. There were many people in this mining area. Most of them were shackled and their clothes were tattered. They were the natives of this heavenly realm. At this moment, they were all trembling in fear. At the same time, there were many cultivators of the Sanluo divine sect here. At this moment, they were not much better off than the natives who were shackled. Their eyes were filled with panic, and they were trembling. "Don't care about the disciples of the Sanluo divine sect. Escort the ordinary people out of this place first," Lin Tian said quickly. He let the brawny man go first. Then he rushed forward with the bi-siblings and Whooshing Crocodile. Divine power and demonic power rolled, escorting the ordinary natives on the surface of the mining area out of the mining area. Then they quickly went down a tunnel and saw many more natives. Their clothes were tattered, and their eyes were filled with fear. The three people and the crocodile worked together to create a very safe way out. They let the natives out quickly, and then went deeper. Because there were too many natives in the mining area, not all of them were gathered together. They moved along the mining road, scanning with their divine senses, and rescued more natives. Soon, they arrived at the deepest part of the mining area. As far as the eye could see, the depths of the mine were filled with blood, forming a miniature river of blood. The ores in the surroundings had all melted away, and there were blood-colored bubbles bubbling up. Dozens of eerie white bones floated on the surface of the blood. "Damn, why is there so much blood underground? How did they dig it out? Whooshing Crocodile stared. Lin Tian was also shocked. However, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed slightly. His eyes flashed with a trace of light. Help! There were many tunnels in the depths of the mining area, and they could be said to be connected in all directions. There was blood everywhere. In a corner, a large rock was blocked by blood. Many natives were squeezed on it, and each of them had a frightened expression. Many of them were shouting for help. Lin Tian and the others looked in that direction and quickly rushed over. Soon they arrived. Seeing that someone had appeared, the natives were filled with hope. They did not care who Lin Tian and the others were. They shouted in fear and excitement, "Help! Help us! We were just digging for rocks, and suddenly we found blood." Dozens of us were swallowed. In just an instant we were swallowed. Our flesh and blood are all gone. Save us. The natives were shackled with iron chains on their hands and feet. They were very frightened, and most of them were pale. Lin Tian and the others did not ask anything at this time. They quickly rescued the natives and went to the surface. Not long after, they continuously used divine power to rescue all the natives who were still alive in this mining area. There were more than 300 of them, and they were captured by the Sun Luo divine sect from several different places. A group of people led the natives out of the mining area. Then they used divine power to break the iron chains on their hands and feet so that they could leave this place quickly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, benefactors. We will never forget you in our lives. When we go back, we will definitely set up a longevity monument for you and pray for you every day. We will worship you for generations. Benefactors, please accept our worship. These natives had tears in their eyes, and they were extremely emotional. They thanked Lin Tian and the others, and many of them knelt down to pay their respects. They had been captured here for a long time. Every day, they were starved and beaten to do manual labor. Some of them even watched their relatives and friends starve to death, or were beaten to death by the people of the Sun Luo divine sect. It was like living in purgatory. Now that Lin Tian and the others had come, rescued them from the mining area, and broke the shackles that bound them, it was the kindness of being reborn. There's no need for that. Quickly get up and leave this place. Lin Tian said quickly and helped an old man next to him stand up. The strong man who led the way and the other natives thanked Lin Tian and the others profusely and then quickly left. Soon, the natives left the mining area far away from the mountain range. At this time, Lin Tian looked back at the mining area in the depths of the mountain and said, "Let's go back to the underground of the mining area." When he said this, the Bai siblings and Whooshing Crocodile were shocked. Go back to the mining area? Kid, why are we going back? To play with blood? Whooshing Crocodile said. Bai Ziki and Bai Chiu also looked at him in confusion. They were puzzled. They had rescued the people, so why should they go back now? Lin Tian stared at the location of the mining area, and his eyes were intertwined. He said in a deep voice, "When I entered the mine before, I looked at the surrounding ley lines. Although I was anxious to save the people, I only took a quick glance, but I still found that it was very unusual." He looked at the depths of the mountain and said, "If I'm not wrong, that should be the 8-direction Blood River." Listening to his words, Bai Ziki and Bai Chiu frowned slightly. Obviously, they did not know anything about the 8-direction Blood River. However, Whooshing Crocodile was surprised. 8-direction Blood River? It stared at Lin Tian and said, "Lord Crocodile remembers reading these words in an ancient book before. It seems to be a terrible pattern of heaven and earth. It gathers the blood of all the dead creatures within thousands of miles and condenses into a blood river. The blood is evil and evil. Even a Wuxian powerhouse can corrode it." "Yes, that's it." Lin Tian nodded. Whooshing Crocodile immediately wanted to slap him with its claws and scolded. "You're the one who wants to go back. Do you want to die?" Lin Tian shook his head, stared at the depths, and said, The eight-direction blood river is indeed dangerous. However, you only said that it is dangerous. In this danger, there are rare treasures. His eyes were intertwined, absorbing the blood of countless dead creatures within thousands of miles and condensing it into a blood river. The vitality in the blood will be separated by the pattern of heaven and earth, and it will condense into a life crystal. This was something recorded in the dragon burial scripture. He believed it could not be wrong. Whooshing Crocodile immediately stared. Life crystal! Are you sure? Chapter 806. Genius 1. Second, remember, love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Whooshing Crocodile obviously knew what a life crystal was. When he heard Lin Tian mention that there was such a thing in the eight-direction blood river, his eyes widened. Love, go little, say, ku definitely. Lin Tian Dao. The dragon burial scripture recorded that the eight-direction blood river must contain a life crystal. It was left behind by celestial, venerable dragon burial. There was no mistake. Let's go back immediately. We have to go back even if it's risky. Whooshing Crocodile looked like he was not going to let anyone stop him. Beside him, Baiziki frowned. Bai Qiu was puzzled. They did not know about the life crystal. Is that thing very good? Bai Qiu asked. Nonsense, of course it's good. That's a divine item. Whooshing Crocodile said excitedly, that thing is the purest life aura condensed from an astonishing amount of Tao energy. It can cleanse a cultivator's life origin. Just a small piece can make one's life origin undergo a sublimation, making it purer and stronger. Moreover, it can also increase a cultivator's perception and comprehension of Tao by a large margin. It's naturally very useful for increasing one's blood qi. It can be said that the benefits are unimaginable. It's priceless. That's right, that's it. Lin Tiandao. Whooshing Crocodile's words were similar to the description of the life crystal in the dragon burial scripture. Baiziki looked surprised, and Bai Qiu's eyes lit up. Then let's go quickly, she said. To a cultivator, their life origin was the most important. The stronger their life origin, the stronger their combat power and potential, and the easier their future cultivation path would be. Now, just a small piece of the life crystal could make one's life origin undergo a sublimation, which was equivalent to a metamorphosis. The significance of this was too great. It could multiply one's combat power and potential, and their future cultivation path would be much smoother. Moreover, the life crystal could also help a cultivator improve their perception of Tao. This was also a very shocking divine effect. It was also extraordinary for increasing one's blood qi. It could be said that the value of such a rare treasure was immeasurable. Even a powerhouse at the level of Wu Zhan would covet it. Let's go. Go back quickly. Such a divine object can only be encountered by chance and not sought. If you don't dig it out, even the heavens will be angry and you will be struck by lightning. Whooshing Crocodile said excitedly. At the side, Baiziki frowned slightly and said, judging from the situation when we enter the mine, that blood river isn't simple. There's bound to be some powerful evil beings inside. Perhaps there's something comparable to Wu Zhen. When he said this, Whooshing Crocodile's excitement immediately faded a little. Thinking about it, the eight desolation blood river was indeed terrifying. That kind of evil blood could even corrode elite Wu Zhen. Perhaps there really was an evil spirit that was comparable to elite Wu Zhen inside. Don't worry. Even if there is a Wu Zhen level evil spirit inside, I have a way to stop it. Lin Tiandao. He controlled the dragon burial scripture and had cultivated it to an extraordinary level. He could control the power of the blood river. Standing on that stretch of blood river, even if a true Wu Zhen powerhouse came, he still had the absolute confidence to suppress him. Baiziki saw that he said so and did not say anything else. Whooshing Crocodile became excited again. Let's go. Lin Tiandao. Immediately, the three people and the crocodile returned along the original path and quickly returned to the mine. At this time, there was no one in the mine. The natives who were still alive had been rescued by Lin Tian and the others. Almost all the people of the Sanluo divine sect had been killed, and the few who were left were devoured by the evil blood. The group of people followed the previous mine and went down. There was already evil blood everywhere, and there were many times more evil blood than before. Boy, it's up to you. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes glowed. The 8th Desolation Blood river contained the life crystal, but because of the evil blood, it and the bi-siblings could not sense the existence of the life crystal. There was nothing they could do. Moreover, they had to be careful not to be contaminated by the evil blood. At this time among their group, only Lin Tian, who controlled the dragon burial scripture, had the ability to search for the life crystal. Lin Tian nodded and took a step forward. Suddenly, endless dragon patterns spread out from the soles of his feet, spreading the endless dragon patterns all over the underground. "You guys stay by my side," he said. After saying that, he immediately went into the depths of the mine. Baiziki and Whooshing Crocodile followed closely behind him. As the group moved forward, the mine became wider and wider. It was much bigger than the first time they came down. Damn, this evil blood has corroded and melted the surrounding soil. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. Previously, when they came down, there was still some ground in the mine. But now, when they reached this place, the evil blood had already flooded the surroundings. It had truly turned into a river of blood, which was shockingly large. This amount of blood. How much blood does it take to condense? Bai Qiu shrunk his neck. Within a radius of millions of miles, as long as a living creature dies, their blood will be absorbed here, after countless years of accumulation. It's not strange at all that there is so much blood. Lin Tianandao, his right leg moved slightly, and dense dragon patterns rushed out from the soles of his feet in an instant, enveloping the bi-siblings and Whooshing Crocodile. "I've wrapped the dragon patterns around your bodies, isolating the evil power of the blood river. The evil blood here can't hurt you," he said. After saying that, he still walked at the front, stepping on the surface of the blood river. Baiziki and Baiqiu followed behind him. The dragon patterns wrapped around their bodies, isolating all the evil blood power. The blood water surged around the feet of the 3 people, but it could not break through the seal of the dragon patterns. It could not even damage their shoes. As expected of the dragon burial scripture, once the dragon patterns appear, even the blood of death that can corrode Wujin powerhouses can be blocked. Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue. Lin Tian led the way in front. Not long after, the space became more spacious. Right at this moment, in front of them, the bloody river bubbled with blood. A black-faced, red-eyed, single-horned creature rushed out. Its entire body was covered in green hair, and as soon as it appeared, evil blood splashed everywhere. An extremely tyrannical aura spread outwards. With a whoosh, the single-horned creature's eyes were incomparably ferocious. It directly pounced toward the 3 people and the crocodile. "It's comparable to a cultivator at the 7th heaven of the immortal ascension realm," Whooshing Crocodile said. An evil creature of this level was nothing. It casually slashed out a demonic light and directly shattered it. Lin Tian led the way, continuing forward. Soon after, another evil creature rushed out, this one a creature with black scales all over its body. Its fangs were extremely long, and the fluctuations it released were clearly many times more powerful than the single-horned creature from before. Squeak! This black-scaled creature let out a rat-like squeak. Its eyes were jade green, and it looked a little terrifying. "Great path level," Whooshing Crocodile said. Baiziki and Baiqiu could naturally see it. Divine power interweaved outside their bodies. "Let me." Lin Tiandao. With a thought, dense dragon patterns appeared on the blood river. Then the blood river boiled, and a blood dragon condensed. It roared and charged forward, slamming into the black-scaled creature. The black-scaled creature immediately let out a scream. After flying 3 feet away, it exploded. Only some black scales fell. That creature is comparable to a great path powerhouse. You killed it with one strike. Bai Qiu stared. Lin Tian said, I borrowed power. I mobilized the blood river and the power of heaven and earth in this place to kill it. It was not my own power. Bai Qiu nodded, not fully understanding. Oh, something new has come out. Lin Tian spoke again. His eyes carried a faint glow of dragon patterns as he swept his gaze forward. Boom, boom, boom. 3 feet away, waves of blood surged, and a terrifying, murderous aura interweaved. More than 10 evil beings rushed out from the blood river. Some were white skeletons, some were green-faced demons, and there were even 6-headed creatures with fins. The auras they emitted were all very powerful, and were not inferior to that of the black-scaled creature. Any one of them is comparable to a great path powerhouse. They are all stronger than the black-scaled creature. Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Fortunately, these things did not rush out. Otherwise, all the natives would have been killed. None of them would have survived. At this moment, even Bai Ziki frowned. Clearly, he was also a little surprised. When these evil creatures rushed out, the murderous aura intertwined around their bodies were extremely dense. They all pounced towards Lin Tian and the others. Clearly, they all saw the group of people as prey to fill their stomachs. Lin Tian stepped forward. Dragon patterns intertwined as a wave of blood surged, pressing forward like a raging wave crashing against the shore. Puff, puff, puff. The dozens of evil creatures that pounced forward were all sent flying. They exploded in the distance, and their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. This scene was astounding. After all, these 10+ evil beings were all existences comparable to Grand Dao Realm experts, and they were all stronger than that black-scaled creature from before. However, now, when they charged over in unison, they were so easily annihilated by Lin Tian. They were weak like ants, and they actually didn't have the slightest ability to resist and didn't cause the slightest disturbance. Legend has it that the dragon burial scripture is extremely amazing. In some special forces of heaven and earth, those who control the scripture can borrow the power of the forces of heaven and earth for their own use. Their battle prowess is limitless, and they can even cross 2 major realms to kill their enemies. It is indeed so. Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. So powerful. Bai Qiu's beautiful eyes widened. Bai Ziki also revealed a look of surprise again. He said in a low voice, "What a terrifying technique." Lin Tian turned to look at them and said, "Let's go." He was still leading the way. Dragon patterns intertwined and covered all directions. Soon, their group had covered a large distance again. "Kid, have you found the location of the life crystal?" Wuxing Crocodile asked at this moment. Lin Tian shook his head. "Not yet. We have to go deeper." He appeared very calm. At this moment, he was walking on the 8 Desolation Blood River without any scruples. Not long after, a blood-red vortex appeared in front of them. The diameter of the outer circle was about 3 meters. There was a powerful suction force that pulled everything in the surroundings. It even wanted to suck in the space. This thing is a little evil. Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu looked at the blood-red vortex. Naturally, they also felt the terror of this vortex. A flash of dragon light flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. He said, "There is something inside." The moment he finished speaking, 2 pitch-black eyes suddenly lit up in the blood-red vortex. It was as if they were dyed in ink. It was extremely frightening. P.S. Well, I was delayed for a few hours because of some things in the afternoon, causing the update to be delayed. I'm really sorry. Sorry. Please forgive me, everyone. Chapter 807. The Bai siblings and the Wuxing Crocodile were shocked. As the pair of pitch-black eyes lit up, an extremely terrifying aura spread out. The blood-red vortex seemed to have turned into a devouring hell, causing the two people and the crocodile to be shocked. In this blood river, the evil blood was continuously corroding the soil. Now it was unknown how deep this place was. As the pitch-black eyes lit up, the blood river began to fluctuate, giving birth to one huge wave after another. It was as if a raging sea was surging. "This thing has to be at the enlightenment realm," the whooshing crocodile said. As the raging waves surged, it and the siblings felt a huge pressure, and the threat of death rose. Beside them, Lin Tian took a step forward, and the dragon patterns under his feet flickered. Suddenly, the entire blood river quieted down. Then he took another step forward, and the blood river trembled under his guidance, scattering the blood-red vortex. "This brat is using the dragon burial scripture to travel here. He's really powerful." The whooshing crocodile stared. "Roar!" An angry roar rushed out from the blood-red vortex, and the pitch-black eyes became even more terrifying. A humanoid creature rushed out. Its skin was blood-red, and it was about 3 meters tall. It had 2 horns on its head and a long bony tail. When this humanoid creature rushed out, a tyrannical, murderous aura immediately spread out, and its pitch-black eyes seemed very emotionless. "It's comparable to the spirit demon from before," Bai Chiu whispered. Bai Ziki frowned, and the whooshing crocodile was also slightly serious. They all looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian clearly knew that they were worried and said, "It's fine, don't worry. In this place, even a tiger has to lie down, and a dragon has to coil up." As soon as he finished speaking, his right foot shook on the blood river, and dense dragon patterns immediately appeared on the blood river. The 3-meter-tall humanoid creature let out a low roar again, and turned into a blood-red light, directly pouncing toward the 3 people and the crocodile. Lin Tian stood at the front with a calm expression. With a thought, the blood river boiled. "Roar!" Dragon roars resounded through the space. Then 7 blood-red dragons rushed up. Each of them was more than 100 feet long and extremely condensed. They all raised their heads and swooped down towards the human-shaped creature that was pouncing over. In the blink of an eye, the 7 blood-red dragons appeared beside the humanoid creature at the same time. They swung their tails and wrapped around the humanoid creature's limbs, tail, neck, and abdomen. In an instant, the humanoid creature lost its ability to move and could no longer move forward. "Roar!" This humanoid creature released a vicious roar, frantically struggling, distorting an area of the void. However, it couldn't struggle free from the restraints of the 7 blood-colored great dragons, firmly imprisoned. The Bai family siblings and whooshing crocodile were shocked. A humanoid creature comparable to a Wuxian expert, in this place in Lin Tian's hands, actually didn't have the strength to resist. "Suppress," Lin Tian said in a low voice. With a rumble, another huge blood-red whirlpool appeared on the blood river. However, this time, the blood-red whirlpool was drawn out by Lin Tian. Then, under his will, the 7 blood-red dragons coiled around the humanoid creature and pulled it to the bottom of the blood-red vortex. Then they pressed it down with the dense, draconic seals. The humanoid creature screamed and struggled even more violently. However, no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break free from the suppression of the 7 blood-red dragons and the dragon prince outside its body. This was because this was a part of the dragon burial array that Lin Tian had imprinted. Clang! At this moment, the sound of swords whistling could be heard. On the blood river, dense blood-red, swords condensed. These blood-red sword radiances were condensed by the dragon burial array from the heaven and earth pattern of the blood river. Each blood-red sword contained the energy to corrode and destroy everything, causing the surrounding void to creak. This scene was shocking. At this moment, as far as the eye could see, the entire space was occupied by these blood-red swords. Bai Chiu was so frightened that he shrunk his neck. Clang! Another series of sword hums could be heard. With a thought from Lin Tian, the dense blood-red swords all pressed down. These swords all landed on the humanoid creature's body. They worked together with the 7 blood-red dragons to attack it at the same time. The humanoid creature screamed and roared, but there was nothing it could do at this moment. After a few dozen breaths, its demonic body was disintegrated by the blood-red swords and the 7 blood-red dragons, dissipating just like that. In an instant, the terrifying bloody aura disappeared without a trace. An evil being comparable to a Wuxian expert was killed so easily. Bai Qiu looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. She wasn't the only one. Even Bai Ziki and the Wuxing crocodile were quite shocked. Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of turbid air and said, "You look simple, but what I did wasn't simple. I've already used the dragon burial scripture to its current peak level. Moreover, I've drawn out all the power of the heaven and earth pattern that I can draw out. Otherwise, how could I have killed it? Just suppressing it took a lot of effort." Bai Qiu nodded. He clenched his fists and said, "In short, it's very powerful." The group continued to go deeper. Lin Tian led the way. After that, they encountered several more evil beings. However, they were nothing. The strongest was only at the Great Path level. They were all killed by Lin Tian with the power of the dragon burial scripture. "Kid, you still haven't found the location of the life crystal?" The Wuxing crocodile asked. Lin Tian didn't say anything. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet extended. After a while, a ray of light suddenly flashed through his eyes. "Found it." He raised his head and looked at a place 5 feet in front of him. He took a step forward. The dragon patterns on his right hand intertwined. He gently slapped down, directly splitting the blood river in this place, revealing a pile of scattered large stones. A jade-like object the size of a human head fell among them. It emitted a sparkling white luster, and there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. However, even so, the gazes of the 3 people and the crocodile were still attracted. They all felt that it was extraordinary. It's so pure that even pure spiritual energy can't get close to it. There's no mistake. It's definitely the life crystal. The Wuxing crocodile said excitedly. Lin Tian's eyes also intertwined with a ray of light. He took a deep breath and directly raised his hand, grabbing the life crystal. "Let's go out and find a hidden place to refine it together," he said. This place was obviously not suitable for refining divine objects. Immediately, the 3 people and the crocodile went back the way they came. Not long after, the few of them walked out of the mine. At the edge of the mine, Lin Tian activated the towering heaven sword scripture to shatter the ground. Then he used the dragon burial scripture to suppress all the evil blood even further underground, not letting it spread out. After all, this evil blood was extraordinary. If it spread out and flowed to other places, it could cause many unnecessary disasters. That was naturally not a good thing. "Let's go." After doing all this, he said again. He left this place with the Bi-siblings and the Wuxing crocodile and quickly went far away. More than 2 hours later, the 3 people and the crocodile entered a deep mountain extremely far away and found a very hidden place. "I really didn't expect to find a divine object like the life crystal so easily," the Wuxing crocodile said with a claw. "This can be considered as a reward for helping those aboriginals." Lin Tiandao. If they didn't save those natives, they naturally wouldn't have found the 8 Desolation Blood River and had no fate with the life crystal. Bai Qiu nodded and concluded, "So, we still have to be good people." Lin Tianyi smiled and pinched her nose. "Let go." Bai Qiu slapped his claw away. Lin Tian smiled again. After setting up several layers of ceiling formations to isolate the 3 people and the crocodile's aura, he took out the life crystal and divided it into 4. He gave 3 to the Bi-siblings and the Wuxing crocodile. Immediately, the 3 people and the crocodile sat down cross-legged and began to refine the life crystal. For a moment, for different lights intertwined, and all of them were very powerful. Lin Tian activated the Sun Heart Sutra. When his essence, energy, and spirit reached the peak, he swallowed the life crystal. The life crystal was extremely pure and didn't even have any spirit energy. It melted immediately after entering his mouth, turning into a special flow of energy that flowed down his throat and into his abdomen, causing his entire body to feel extremely cold. He calmed his mind and activated the Sun Heart Sutra even faster, guiding the flow of the life crystal that entered his body. He used his divine power and divine sense to guide it into the source of life. The moment this flow of energy entered his source of life, the golden light outside his body instantly became stronger. At this moment, his source of life began to emit layers of brilliant light, as if a small flame had suddenly lit up in the darkness. Then, this small flame gradually became stronger. Lin Tian immersed his divine sense in his body and could clearly feel that his source of life was slowly becoming stronger. Gradually, following these changes, his vital energy began to grow stronger, and his divine power became purer and denser. Even the circulation of the Sun Heart Sutra was being guided by a special power, and it began to speed up on its own. As expected of the life crystal, Lin Tian's eyes shone brightly. In just an instant, he felt that he had become much stronger. Outside his body, the golden divine light became even brighter, and the aura he emitted rose bit by bit. He was excited, but he forced himself to remain calm as he quietly refined the life energy in his body. Just like this, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the source of life in his body suddenly erupted with an incomparably dazzling light, instantly illuminating everything in his body. Gradually, when this light subsided, Lin Tian clearly felt that his source of life had become stronger. It had undergone a sublimation, a transformation, and was more than twice as strong as before. Moreover, not only that, his vitality, divine power, divine sense, physique, and so on were also clearly strengthened. At this time, the aura of the life crystal had not completely dissipated, and it was still intertwining in his body. Gradually, Lin Tian's body trembled slightly as he felt the power of Tao appear beside him, and it gradually became clearer. At this time, he caught a glimpse of a blurry great Tao surging like a true dragon. The life crystal can increase one's perception and affinity with the great Tao, and this is the effect. Chapter 808. Lin Tian was moved. At this moment, he was not facing the traces of enlightenment left behind by his predecessors, but he could sense a thick Tao. There were great Taos swimming around him. Although they were very blurry, the intertwining aura was very dense. It was definitely not something that the traces of enlightenment left behind by his predecessors could compare to. The difference was too great. This is the real great Tao. He was shocked. Then he took a deep breath and quickly calmed himself down. His divine sense spread out and began to comprehend the great Tao. His divine sense wrapped around his body and slowly integrated into the great Tao, intertwining and fusing together to comprehend these great Tao. Buzz! The great Tao was blurry. The moment his divine sense integrated into it, the golden divine light outside his body became stronger again. Water, fire, wind, earth, rain, he whispered softly. His divine sense integrated into the blurry great Tao around him. He could not truly comprehend all of these great Tao, not even 1/10,000th of it. However, he could clearly feel the difference between each great Tao and knew what great Tao they were. Great Tao after great Tao. His divine sense sensed these great Tao and comprehended a lot. Gradually, there was a fluctuation of great Tao in his body. At this time, he knew what he should do. He should find the great Tao that was most suitable for him to comprehend. Then he would brand it in his sea of consciousness, his flesh, and even his divine power so that he would have the great Tao precepts. He calmed his mind and focused. His divine consciousness comprehended the great paths around him. It was not difficult for him to integrate his divine consciousness into one of the great paths. If he wanted to, he could integrate his divine consciousness into one of the great paths. Then he could fully comprehend it. Finally, he would brand himself with the seal of this great path and possess a part of the great path's principle. However, he was not in a hurry. The great Tao that he had comprehended now was too ordinary and not powerful. He would not waste time and energy on these great Tao. One had to know that although a cultivator could master more than one great Tao at the end of his cultivation, the great Tao that he mastered at the beginning was often the most important. It would affect his future cultivation. The Sun Heart Sutra operated on its own. At this time, his divine sense intertwined around him and began to comprehend other great Tao. Ice, collapse, devour, wither, decay, he muttered to himself one by one, sensing the different great Taos. Then he shook his head in his heart. These Taos were not suitable for him. During this process, he did not seriously try to comprehend every great path. He just skimmed through them. Even so, the benefits to him were huge. The aura of the great path in his body became denser, and his blood qi became more vigorous. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, he was still comprehending the great Tao, and as time went on, he could sense more and more great Taos, such as the great Tao of metal, the great Tao of chaos, the great Tao of sealing, the great Tao of transparency, the great Tao of melting, the great Tao of cutting, and so on. In fact, he even sensed the great Tao of nature again, one of the top 10 great Taos among the 3,000 great Taos. Only he shook his head inwardly one after another. There wasn't a single Tao that he was satisfied with, so he didn't fully comprehend it. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Buzz. On this day, the origin of life in Lin Tian's body glowed on its own, creating ripples that looked like water ripples. Then Lin Tian felt his consciousness shake slightly, and the great Taos around him suddenly became more and more blurry. Then all of them disappeared, and this was only for an instant. In the next moment, Lin Tian felt the great Tao again. However, at this time he only felt one kind of great Tao, and it was even more blurry. After over 10 breaths of time passed, Lin Tian noticed that his divine sense had suddenly resided in a boundlessly vast, large world. This world was unimaginably large, and it was boundlessly vast like the starry sky. He was shocked. At this time, when his consciousness was in this world, time passed very quickly, flowing like a river. Therefore, he saw day and night alternating in the blink of an eye. He saw the 4 seasons changing rapidly. He saw flowers and plants bloom and wither. Everything in the world was in a cycle. It was as if the sun rose from the east and the sun set in the west. Day and night, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, flowers bloom and wither. What do these represent? Lin Tian frowned. In this world, time passed quickly and everything was constantly alternating. He saw the change between day and night thousands of times. He saw the exchange of spring, summer, autumn, and winter tens of thousands of times. He saw flowers and plants bloom and wither thousands of times. It was always like this. He didn't know what this meant, so he just kept watching. Then he found that his consciousness had become crystal clear, and unknowingly, it had become much stronger. Moreover, he felt that the great Tao around him had become clearer. Although it was still blurry, it was not as blurry as before. Strands of great Tao light were automatically branded into his body. The great Tao law was slowly being born in his body. Buzz! Outside his body, the golden light became thicker and more condensed. The aura he emitted also became more powerful. The vague and shapeless Tao light was like a murmuring stream, pouring into his body from the vast great world. It was branded into his divine consciousness, his flesh, and his divine power. This he was surprised. Did he succeed in comprehending the great Tao? He actually began to guide a portion of the great Tao law into his body. He calmed himself down again and seriously comprehended the great Tao law branded into his body. Then he couldn't help but be puzzled. What great Tao is this? He was puzzled. When his consciousness swept past an ordinary great Tao, regardless of whether he could comprehend it or not, he would know what kind of great Tao it was. But now he had branded the great Tao law into his body, but he didn't know what great Tao it was. He shook his divine sense and seriously comprehended this great Tao. He felt that the great Tao precepts in his body were increasing faster and faster. Then, after a few more days, the great Tao precepts finally stopped increasing and reached a balance with his current cultivation. It was also at this moment that the illusory vast world began to disintegrate, and it was about to disappear. However, in these few days, Lin Tian still couldn't figure out what great Tao he had comprehended. What great Tao is it? He frowned. Beside him, his consciousness intertwined. The boundless vast world quickly disintegrated, and the great Tao became even more blurry. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian's consciousness suddenly shook again. The great Tao was vast, and the surroundings instantly became dark. What's going on? His heart trembled slightly. Then, in the next moment, he was shocked again, and his expression changed drastically. At this moment, the darkness around him disappeared, and his consciousness came to a dim world. In this world, he saw that the sky was shattering. The ground was sinking. In his vision, millions of immortal souls roared, and billions of fiend gods roared as if they were going to shatter the sky and destroy eternity. What is this? His heart beat wildly. Roar. In this world, roars resounded in all directions, and the sky was constantly collapsing. Lin Tian's heart trembled. At this moment, he was completely in a world of destruction. Mountains were broken, rivers were flowing in reverse, and everything was shattering. Only the roars of the immortal souls and fiend gods resounded in the sky and earth, making his consciousness feel like it was about to be obliterated. Whoosh! Violent winds swept through, and endless yellow sand drowned everything. Lin Tian suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. He only felt his body trembling, and cold sweat unknowingly wet his back. "Kid, what are you doing?" Whooshing Crocodile's voice came from the front. Bai Ziki and Bai Chiu also looked at him curiously. Lin Tian looked around. He was still refining the life crystal. He couldn't help but let out a long breath and reached out to wipe the sweat on his forehead. The scene just now was too terrifying. It almost shattered his soul. "You're sweating so much in an instant. Kid, did you have a terrible nightmare that made you unhappy? Hurry up and tell us. Let's be happy." Whooshing Crocodile looked despicable. "Get lost." Lin Tian couldn't help but curse. The 5 elements alligator chuckled. It still had a happy look on its face, as if it had obtained some great treasure. Bai Chiu couldn't help but slap it. "What a vulgar smile." Whooshing Crocodile rolled its eyes and said, "Your Grandpa Crocodile is happy." After refining the life crystal, its life essence was more than twice as powerful as Lin Tian's. Blood chi, divine sense, demon power, and physique were much stronger. And because it was the second time it cultivated, it reached the 9th tier of ascension immortality. Its strength was much stronger than when it was at the 1st tier of the Great Path. It could be said that this was a shocking transformation. Now its combat strength was comparable to a king physique of the same tier. Bai Chiu curled her lips and ignored it. Lin Tian looked at Whooshing Crocodile and was slightly moved. Naturally, he felt the Whooshing Crocodile's change at this time and was a little surprised. He tilted his head and looked at Bai Ziki and Bai Chiu and was surprised again. At this time, Bai Ziki also reached the 9th tier of ascension immortality, like Whooshing Crocodile. Moreover, there was naturally the power of thunder and lightning intertwining around his body, and there were fluctuations of Tao. Bai Chiu's cultivation didn't change. She was still at the 8th tier of ascension immortality, but her aura was more condensed. Moreover, there was a very terrifying fluctuation of Tao law intertwining around her, giving her a mysterious aura and adding a special beauty to her. Whooshing Crocodile naturally knew what he saw and said, "It's been 2 days since we woke up. Bai Qiu suppressed his cultivation before, and now he's reached the 9th tier of Ascension Immortality and has comprehended a trace of the great path of thunder. The girl from the Bai family is even more powerful. She has comprehended a trace of the great path of Yin." As he said that, Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but roll his eyes with an envious expression. This is the king physique. You're born with such a strong foundation. You have an origin similar to the great path of thunder and the great path of Yin. It's easy to comprehend these two great paths. In the future, you're destined to be famous in the world, enough to suppress the strong. Chapter 809. The Thunder Great Tao was one of the most powerful great Taos, and the Great Yin Great Tao was even more terrifying. Everyone knew how terrifying it was. Now, Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu had only comprehended a trace of the Thunder Great Tao and the Great Yin Great Tao. However, as long as there were no accidents, they would definitely master the complete Thunder Great Tao and the Great Yin Great Tao in the future. It would be enough to look down on the 10 directions, celestial domain. Congratulations. Lin Tian looked at Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu with a smile. Bai Qiu giggled, looking a little proud. Bai Ziki nodded and looked at Lin Tian Dao. What about you? What great Tao did you comprehend? The 3 of them and the crocodile had all refined a small piece of life crystal. He had reason to believe that Lin Tian must have also mastered a trace of great Tao law. Hearing his words, Whooshing Crocodile and Bai Qiu both turned to look at Lin Tian. They wanted to know what great Tao law Lin Tian had mastered. Me. Lin Tian paused and smiled bitterly. This? I don't know. What? You don't know? Bai Qiu stared. Bai Ziki and Whooshing Crocodile also looked at him curiously. What great Tao did he master that he didn't know? I really don't know. Lin Tian was a little helpless. Seeing him like this, the Bai family siblings and Whooshing Crocodile were even more curious. Whooshing Crocodile said, "Manifest your great Tao law. Grandpa Crocodile will show you the way." With a proud expression, it patted its chest and said, "I was almost at the Emperor realm back then. There was no great Tao law that Grandpa Crocodile couldn't see clearly." Lin Tian thought about it. Although he felt that this rogue crocodile was very arrogant at this time, he also felt that this guy's words were not bad. After all, he had reached the peak of the Nirvana realm back then. His understanding of great Tao was definitely much better than him and the Bai family siblings. Immediately, he didn't hesitate and directly manifested a trace of his great Tao law. Immediately, faint patterns of light circled around his body. They didn't appear terrifying, but rather, they appeared vast and boundless. Whooshing Crocodile scanned the area with his spiritual sense. His expression was casual, but then he suddenly became serious. In the end, he gradually became a little dumbfounded. "How is it?" Lin Tian asked. "Well, this..." Whooshing Crocodile was slightly embarrassed. Lin Tian glanced at it from the corner of his eyes. From its expression, he knew that it didn't know what great Tao this was either. Bai Qiu curled her lips and glanced at Whooshing Crocodile with her big eyes. "Didn't you say that there is no rule in this world that you can't see through?" Whooshing Crocodile rolled his eyes. "People make mistakes, horses stumble. It's normal." Bai Qiu snorted with a look of disdain. However, she also didn't know what kind of great Tao law this was. Bai Ziki frowned. He also didn't know what kind of Tao Lin Tian's Tao was. However, in the next moment, his expression changed slightly. He thought of Lin Tian's constitution and tilted his head to ask Whooshing Crocodile, "Among the 3,000 great Taos, what is the most powerful Tao?" There were 3,000 great Taos in the world. However, very few people in the cultivation world truly knew which great Taos they were. As for the ranking of the 3,000 great Taos, the ancient records were very vague. It was very difficult for ordinary cultivators to understand the truth from the ancient records. Only those who were truly powerful could know. Whooshing Crocodile was only half a step away from the Chaos Emperor realm. He believed that Whooshing Crocodile should be very clear about the 3,000 great Taos. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. Naturally, he knew why Bai Ziki asked this question. He also tilted his head to look at Whooshing Crocodile. Whooshing Crocodile smiled proudly. I know that you don't know everything about the 3,000 great Taos. You asked the right question. As he spoke, his expression became slightly more serious. Among the 3,000 great Taos, the most powerful Tao is the great Tao of termination. Lin Tian and the other two were shocked. The great Tao of termination. There is such a Tao. Naturally, the great Tao of termination is a complete Tao of destruction. It transcends without beginning, is stronger than creation, and stands above chaos. Once this Tao appears, all living things will be destroyed. Divine power, demonic power, lost souls, everything will fall into the great Tao of termination. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian frowned. Then wouldn't it be truly invincible? In theory, yes. Whooshing Crocodile nodded, then said, however, as far as Grandpa Crocodile knows, no one has ever cultivated such a great path in the history of cultivation. No one has even comprehended a weak principle of this great path. Lin Tian and the others were shocked again. No one had ever comprehended it before? Bai Ziki paused and asked, what about the other paths? Others? There's so many great paths. Lord Crocodile can't tell you all of them. It's too troublesome. I'll just mention the top 10 great paths with you. Whooshing Crocodile said, in the top 10, the Grand Tao of Terminus is first, the Grand Tao of No Beginning is second, the Grand Tao of Creation is third, the Grand Tao of Chaos is fourth, the Grand Tao of Yin and Yang is fifth, the Grand Tao of Extreme Yin and Grand Tao of Extreme Yang are both sixth, the Grand Tao of Nature is seventh, the Grand Tao of Divine Light is eighth, the Grand Tao of Darkness is ninth, and the Grand Tao of Immortal Spirit is 10th. It continued, I've already told you about the great Tao of Terminus, so I won't mention it again. Then, among the other 9 great Taos, the great Tao of No Beginning directly attacked the source. It could turn all things into nothing, erase their existence. The great Tao of creation was illusory and ethereal. Its attack and defense were unparalleled in the world. The power of creation could crush everything. The great Tao of chaos controlled the world. The light of chaos was enough to crush everything. The great Tao of Yin and Yang was called the great Tao. The left hand was Yin and the right hand was Yang. When Yin and Yang came out together, the world was king. The great Tao of nature controlled the power of heaven and earth. It was also very powerful. It was a kind of unparalleled great Tao that could turn something rotten into something magical. You should know about the great Tao of Yin and great Tao of Yang, so I won't say much. The great Tao of divine light was also called the great Tao of light. It could transform into thousands of techniques. The great Tao of darkness could corrode everything. It was extremely overbearing. The great Tao of immortal spirit could borrow the power of all things in the world for one's own use. It could strengthen one's body anytime and anywhere. It was also extremely tyrannical. It added, among them, the great Tao of Yin and Yang could only be cultivated by comprehending the great Tao of Yin and great Tao of Yang to the extreme. This is the same as the great Tao of 5 elements. One needs to understand the 5 great Tao of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth before they can be controlled. That's about it. It said. Lin Tian and the other 2 were slightly stunned. It wasn't until today that they truly understood what the 10 most powerful great Tao were. Among them, they had never heard of the great Tao of termination, great Tao of no beginning, and great Tao of creation before. Termination, no beginning, great Tao of creation, chaos, Yin and Yang, great Tao of Yin, great Tao of Yang, nature, divine light, darkness, and immortal spirit. Lin Tian whispered with a glimmer of light in his eyes. On the side, Baiziki glanced at Lin Tian but frowned slightly. It was a little strange. He knew that Lin Tian's physique was known as the strongest physique in the world. He felt that Lin Tian's great Tao should be very terrifying. At least, it should not be worse than the great Tao of lunar physique. However, among the 10 most powerful great Tao, there was no Tao similar to Lin Tian's great Tao. Wuxing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian with a strange expression and said, "Strange, it's too strange. Lord Crocodile is very clear about the 3,000 great Tao. As far as Lord Crocodile knows, there doesn't seem to be such a Tao among the 3,000 great Tao. However, the fluctuation displayed by this kid is undoubtedly the law of Tao. This is really evil." Lin Tian glanced at it. Since he couldn't get a result, he kept the law of Tao. For a time, the sense of vastness around him suddenly disappeared without a trace. "Forget it. Anyway, it's not a bad thing," he said, since Wuxing Crocodile, an old monster who once reached the Nirvana peak, didn't know, he didn't bother to think about it. The 3 people and the crocodile adjusted their breath a little in this place. Immediately, Lin Tian dispersed all the ceiling array patterns around them. Only then did the group leave this place. "What do we do next?" Bai Qiu asked. Wuxing Crocodile said, "Of course, we continue to search for treasures. Excavate source vein, great tomb, holy mansion, and spiritual land. In this heaven domain, this is the foundation of cultivation. All the cultivators who come to this heaven domain think this way." What it said was indeed true. The 5th heaven was the most suitable heaven for cultivators to gain experience. More than 90% of the cultivators who entered this heaven came with this idea in mind. "I think so too." Bai Qiu nodded. Lin Tian and Baiziki didn't have any opinion. After that, the group stepped into the distance and looked at the 100,000 mountains of the wasteland. They searched more than a dozen mountains and dug out a lot of Lingjing, but they didn't find anything else. On this day, after crossing another mountain, many cultivators appeared in front of them, all moving in the same direction. "Hurry up! That place is about to open. Time is limited, we can't delay," someone said, urging his companions to speed up. These cultivators moved very fast, riding on long rainbows, and in the blink of an eye, they were more than 1,000 feet away. Lin Tian and the other 2 looked at these cultivators curiously. "What's about to open?" Bai Qiu was puzzled. Then she said with a serious expression, "I smell the aura of a treasure." Lin Tian and Baiziki, "You smell it? Are you a puppy?" Lin Tian teased her. Bai Qiu stared at him as if she wanted to bite him. Next to them, Wuxing Crocodile's expression suddenly changed, and it said, "Damn it, Lord Crocodile forgot! The Nirvana abyss in the wasteland seems to be opening soon. No wonder these cultivators are so anxious." Hearing what it said, Lin Tian and the other 2 turned their heads in unison. "What's that?" Bai Qiu asked. Wuxing Crocodile said, "The Nirvana abyss is located at the edge of the wasteland. It's a forbidden zone of death. It's covered in gray mist, and any living creature that enters will be deprived of their life essence, causing them to wither and die quickly. Even Nirvana realm cultivators can't resist it and don't dare to set foot in it. However, nothing is absolute. This forbidden zone is also a peerless treasure land. Although it deprives other living creatures of their life essence, there are many primitive giant trees growing in the abyss. They're not affected at all, and they're even more luxuriant than the old trees outside. There are divine herbs that can extend one's life by 5,000 years, divine materials that can be used to forge divine weapons, complete source veins, natural patterns of the great Tao, and huge immortal Lingjing treasure mines. The 5 elements crocodile's eyes flashed and said, "Every year at a certain time, the gray mist in the Nirvana abyss will recede for 7 days. During these 7 days, living beings from the outside world can enter the nirvana abyss without worrying about being deprived of their life essence and dying. Lord Crocodile went in twice and found a few life-prolonging herbs. Chapter 8:10. Reeks, hearing Whooshing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian and the other two were moved. This nirvana abyss was indeed a treasure land. It's similar to the demon burial valley in the first heaven, but it's far less terrifying and doesn't have so many treasures. Lin Tian thought to himself. Bai Qiu's eyes were full of light. Then let's go and grab a few divine herbs, dig 2 source veins, and find a spirit land. Lin Tian and Bai Ziki were speechless. Let's go, Whooshing Crocodile said. Whooshing Crocodile naturally knew where Nirvana Abyss was. He immediately led the way, and the group changed direction, heading toward the northwest edge of the barren area. They were very fast, and soon they had traveled a great distance. According to Lord Crocodile's estimation, it will take about 5 days before we can safely enter the abyss. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian and the others were not in a hurry, and they slowed down a little. There were many mountains in the barren area, more than 100,000 of them, and they were all very majestic. During this process, they saw many cultivators rushing in the same direction. There were many powerhouses among them, and their eyes were all shining. Boom! At this moment, not far away, a shocking wave of divine power came from a mountain, and huge trees were overturned. Many cultivators were shocked by this wave of divine power. Many of them could not help but stop and look over. Among the 3 people and 1 crocodile, Lin Tian was the most moved, and 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes. He looked at the mountain and felt a very familiar aura. The image of a black-clothed young man appeared in his mind. Let's go and take a look, he said, and flashed toward the mountain. Soon the Bai siblings and Whooshing Crocodile arrived at the edge of the mountain and looked inside. In the mountain, 6 figures were fiercely fighting. Divine light, precepts, sword auras, and all kinds of divine power intertwined in all directions. Although it was said to be 6 figures fighting, it was actually 5 people besieging a black-clothed young man. Their attacks were ruthless, and every move was fatal. Under this kind of attack, the huge trees in the mountains were overturned one by one, collapsing into pieces. The corner of the black-clothed youth's mouth was stained with blood, but his expression was very cold. The saber lights around him were dense, and each of them was extremely overbearing. Lin Tian appeared here. Looking at the black-clothed youth in front of him, his eyes lit up. It really is him. It's that person. Bai Qiu also recognized it. Beside him, Bai Ziki looked ahead. Obviously, he recognized the black-clothed young man. Only Whooshing Crocodile didn't know. After hearing Lin Tian and Bai Qiu's words, he was slightly surprised. Brat, your acquaintance? It asked Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded. Yes. On the mountain, the black-clothed young man, surrounded by 5 figures, is a good friend he made in the second heaven, Yangqi. Back then, when he broke into the Bai clan alone to save the Bai siblings, Yangqi opened the clan tomb and lent him a high-grade Dao weapon that he had never used. At that time, he really helped him a lot. Moreover, he was only in the airborne realm at that time, and he broke into the ancient Bai clan, a major power that looked down on the second heaven. Under normal circumstances, he would have died. Under such circumstances, Yangqi silently lent him the Dao weapon and helped him take care of Bai Qiu. He didn't think that the Dao weapon might be lost. This kind of kindness was priceless. Clang! In front of him, the sound of a saber was ear-piercing, shattering the void. Around Yangqi, saber light slashed out from the eternal unknown, cutting through the void, shattering divine abilities and secret techniques, as if they could destroy everything. The power of this scene shocked all the cultivators who saw it. Who is so strong? That saber light seems to be able to cut through all things in the world. Heavens! Many cultivators' hearts trembled. Lin Tian and the others stood outside the mountain. Even Bai Ziki looked shocked. What a terrifying saber technique. He's only at the 9th tier of the Immortal Ascension realm, yet he managed to block 5 cultivators at the 2nd tier of the Great Tao. Furthermore, the 5 elements crocodile looked down at the battlefield, where there were 3 badly damaged corpses. Their souls had been shattered, and the corpses had shocking saber chi. Those 3 people seemed to have been killed by him as well. They were all at the 1st tier of the Great Tao. He sucked in a cold breath and looked at Lin Tian and the other 2. Boom! Clang! Up ahead, divine light filled the world, and the saber light was so shocking that the mountains seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Yang Qi was surrounded by 5 experts of the Great Tao. Although he was able to block them, he was still at a disadvantage. After all, he was only in the 9th stage of Immortal Ascension, while these 5 were all in the 2nd stage of the Great Tao. However, even so, the 5 people who surrounded him did not gain much of an advantage. 3 of them were injured by the saber. Their eyes were cold as they stared at Yang Qi. They looked at each other, and their auras began to surge. Boom! 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 In an instant, the laws of 5 Great Tao intertwined. The 5 used their full strength, crushing a large area of the void. This scene caused many cultivators to be shocked. Every single one of them was shocked. The full strength of 5 Great Tao cultivators was truly too powerful. At the edge of the mountain, Lin Tian's eyes flashed. "Help," he said. The yin-yang rock flashed, and in an instant he crossed hundreds of meters and appeared in the battlefield on the mountain. He raised his golden iron fist and pressed it down on one of the black-armored Great Tao cultivators. Boom! The golden fist light covered the heaven and earth, shattering the sky. It was like a sacred drum being beaten, causing people to be terrified. For a moment, everyone was shocked. What's wrong with that person? Many people were puzzled. Yang Qi turned his head and saw Lin Tian. A faint light flashed in his eyes. The black-armored Great Tao cultivator's expression changed. Lin Tian's golden iron fist was too terrifying, and it sent a chill down his spine. "Who are you?" The man shouted. Lin Tian didn't say anything, and the golden iron fist pressed down even stronger. The other 4 experts of the Great Tao were also shocked. One of them looked at Lin Tian and said coldly, "You're courting death." Boom! The sky trembled as purple lightning pressed down. It was as if it wanted to shatter everything. The power of the attack made everyone's heart tremble. Baiziki stepped forward with an indifferent expression. The purple lightning enveloped the 4 experts at the same time. "You." When the 4 saw Baiziki, they were shocked again. They could feel how strong Baiziki was. "Lord Crocodile is here." Whooshing Crocodile roared, and his demon body expanded. He opened his mouth and spat out a beam of demon-killing light. The Tao laws of the Great Tao of the 5 elements were intertwined, causing the 4 to feel a chill in their hearts. Then, Bai Qiu stepped forward and stood in the distance. He drew his divine power bow, and the moon arrow streaked across like an arrow of death. Outside the mountain, many cultivators gasped. This. When the cultivators saw the might of the 3 men and the crocodile, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. Some of them even shrank back. It was too terrifying. The 5 experts of the Great Tao were shocked. The 3 men and the crocodile were pressing down. The momentum of the attack was too terrifying. It instantly changed the situation of the battle, and they felt a chill down their spines. Boom! Lin Tian's golden fist became even stronger, as if it were really made of pure gold divine iron. It destroyed everything in its path, and it smashed the black-armored cultivator's divine ability and secret art. Lin Tian's fist landed on the man's chest at close range. With a pop, the man was smashed to pieces. Only his soul was left, and it fled in a sorry state. It carried the pieces of flesh with it for dozens of meters, and it began to reform in the distance. "You don't have a chance." Lin Tiandao took a step forward. Before, he could already kill ordinary cultivators of the first heaven of the great Tao. Not long ago he had refined a life crystal, and his life essence had more than doubled. His blood qi, divine power, divine sense, physique, and other aspects had all become much stronger. He had also gained enlightenment of the great Tao's magical laws, and his battle prowess had skyrocketed. Now he was strong enough to fight against a cultivator of the second heaven of the great path and kill a cultivator of this level. With a buzzing sound, he propped up the yin-yang lotus sea, raised his battle prowess to the limit, and pressed down viciously. No, the black-armored cultivator screamed in terror. The yin-yang lotus sea crushed him in both body and soul. He killed second heaven of the great Tao expert in an instant. He's only in the 9th stage of the immortal ascension realm. Many cultivators trembled. At this time, another scream rang out. Baiziki had propped up a vision in his sea of consciousness. Lightning swirled around him, and he killed another expert of the great Tao, completely destroying his soul. He had also refined a life crystal, and was in the 9th stage of the immortal ascension realm. He had gained enlightenment of the great Tao of lightning, so his battle prowess was naturally not weak. He could kill second heaven experts. 5 second heaven experts had surrounded him, and in the blink of an eye, 2 of them had died. Clang! Saber light flashed in his eyes, and with a rumbling sound, a reddish-yellow land appeared behind him. The land was filled with sabers of different shapes. There were broad sabers, long sabers, and broken sabers. Each saber radiated a terrifying coldness. This was an anomaly in his sea of knowledge. Now that Lin Tian and the others had come to his aid, he was no longer surrounded by 5 great cultivators at the same time. At this moment, he was able to support this anomaly. The terrifying blade aura instantly swept over and suppressed a second tier of the great Tao cultivator. The man's 5 internal organs were in intense pain, and his divine abilities and secret arts were crushed. He cried out in terror, "What are you doing?" Poof! Blood splattered everywhere as the densely packed sabers pressed down, directly crushing this person into smithereens. Even his divine soul was annihilated. Wuxing Crocodile glanced at the 3 of them and couldn't help but roll his eyes. 3 freaks. You're all so strong. Bai Qiu stared. Lin Tiandao looked at Yang Qi and greeted him with a smile. Baiziki also nodded slightly at Yang Qi. Speaking of which, Yang Qi had helped Lin Tiandao take care of Bai Qiu back then. Yang Qi nodded at the 2 of them. Then the 3 of them turned their heads at the same time, looking at the last 2 second heaven experts. You. Chapter 8:11. Genius 1, second, remember love, go, /little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Seeing the power of Lin Tian and the others, the 2 of them were truly afraid. Their previous battle intent completely disappeared in an instant. At this time, the 2 of them were extremely fast. In an instant, they had escaped extremely far away. They only wanted to get away from this place. Damn it, they're at the great Tao realm. How dare they run away from immortal connecting realm cultivators? Do they have no shame? Wuxing Crocodile said angrily. Lin Tianwei narrowed her eyes slightly. The 5th level of the yin and yang row flashed like golden divine lightning. In an instant, she moved horizontally and appeared in front of the 2 great Tao realm cultivators, blocking them. The 2 of them were shocked by Lin Tian's speed. You, boom! Lin Tian didn't say anything. He directly waved his iron fist, smashing the space inch by inch. At the same time, Baiziki and Yang Qi stepped over. Wuxing Crocodile and Bai Qiu also arrived one after the other. Suddenly, every corner of the surroundings was sealed. The 2 of them didn't have the slightest gap to escape. The 2 of them were terrified. Clang! Yang Qi waved his saber light. It was extremely domineering and directly slashed down. Lin Tian attacked. His golden iron fist lit up the sky with an invincible might. Baiziki moved the purple lightning as if he was summoning a stretch of lightning. Whooshing Crocodile and Baiqiu also attacked at the same time. Their offensive power was very terrifying. With a rumble, the space shook violently. It was impossible to maintain its integrity. Inch by inch, it collapsed and shattered. One of them screamed in horror. In the blink of an eye, he was torn apart. His physical body turned into a bloody mist, and his divine soul was also destroyed. The last person's face was pale. His legs and stomach were trembling. His cultivation was clearly much higher than the 4 people and the crocodile, but at this moment his eyes were filled with fear. Then he desperately begged for mercy, hoping that the group would let him go. Weren't the 5 of you full of killing intent just now? Now you're begging for mercy. How embarrassing. Whooshing Crocodile curled its lips. The few of them naturally would not show mercy. Each of them brandished their divine abilities and secret arts. Tao laws interweaved and directly killed this person. Blood fell between the mountains, dyeing many of the collapsed old trees red. In the distance, many cultivators looked over and gasped. Many people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. So scary. Where did these people come from? He's almost comparable to those young kings in the central region. What a monster! Many people's hearts trembled. Lin Tian glanced over from the mountain and didn't pay much attention to them. Let's go somewhere else to catch up, Yang Qi said. Yang Qi was a man of few words, so he nodded. 4 people and 1 alligator left this place, still heading towards the direction of Nirvana Abyss, chatting as they walked. Lin Tian didn't expect that after parting in the 2nd heaven, they would meet again in the 5th heaven. Several years have passed since then. Now that they meet again, Yang Qi is even stronger, and his combat strength is not inferior to king physique experts of the same level. Whooshing Crocodile laid on Lin Tian's head and looked at Yang Qi. Speaking of which, swordsman, why did those people want to kill you? This guy was completely familiar with Yang Qi, and he immediately called Yang Qi swordsman. I found a secret art in an ancient ruin, and they saw it and wanted to take it away. Yang Qi said. Hearing this, Lin Tian and the others understood. So that's the case. Immediately after, they were slightly shocked. A technique that can make a great Tao powerhouse want to use, it must be extraordinary. Lin Tian asked, Is it the same sword technique you used before? Back in the 2nd heaven, he saw Yang Qi's family sword technique. Although it was also very powerful, it was far inferior to the sword technique he just used. The sword technique just now was very terrifying, and he estimated that it was not inferior to the high heaven sword scripture. Yes. Yang Qi nodded and didn't hide it. Lin Tian nodded, but he didn't ask what the sword technique was. Let's go to the Nirvana Abyss and act together in the future. Is there a problem? He asked Yang Qi. Yang Qi nodded. They were all old friends, so it was naturally good to act together. Immediately, Whooshing Crocodile led the way, and the group headed toward the Nirvana Abyss at a leisurely pace. In fact, there was no need for the 5 elemental crocodile to lead the way at this point, because there were too many cultivators rushing towards that place. As long as they followed the direction of the other cultivators, they would be able to arrive at the Nirvana Abyss accurately. With the few of us together, we don't have to worry even if a peak 3rd heaven of the great Tao powerhouse comes. After entering the Nirvana Abyss, we must search for all kinds of rare treasures. It would be best if we can find a perfect divine medicine. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Lin Tian and the others ignored it. A divine medicine could extend one's life by at least 5,000 years, and such things were not easy to find. Moreover, divine medicines already had their own consciousness and were naturally adept at the 5 elements escape technique. It was very difficult to find one. The group continued forward at a moderate pace, and after about 3 days, they arrived at a spacious plain. There was not a single plant on the plain, and the earth was a little gray, giving off a desolate feeling. As far as the eye could see, there were barren mountains not far away, towering into the clouds. They were extremely steep and frightening, and it was difficult to stand on them. Between these mountains, there was a huge abyss. It was so big that it was a little exaggerated. No one knew how far it extended. There were already a lot of cultivators gathered near the abyss. They were all looking at it from afar. "This is the place," Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian looked at the abyss in front of him. He knew that this was the Nirvana abyss, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. He stood at this place and looked at the abyss, but he could not see the bottom because a very thick, gray fog floated in the air, completely covering the bottom of the abyss. He could only feel a deathly stillness. Beside him, Bai Qiu, Bai Ziki, and Yang Qi were also looking at the abyss. For a moment they were all shocked, and they all felt a terrifying aura. The Nirvana abyss has a terrifying intertwining of the Tao of solitary wither. The gray fog is what the Tao of solitary wither manifests after it solidifies. The gray fog that you see now is much fainter than usual. Whooshing Crocodile said. Bai Qiu's eyes widened. What? This is the situation after it has faded a lot? At this moment, at a glance, the intertwining gray fog in the abyss was clearly very thick, and it covered the bottom of the abyss. It was so strong that they could not see it at all, but under such circumstances, the scene had faded a lot. Not only her, but Lin Tian and the others were also surprised when they heard this. They all looked at Whooshing Crocodile. Whooshing Crocodile curled its lips and said, "Don't look at Grandpa Crocodile like that. Do you think Grandpa Crocodile would lie to you? Normally, the gray fog in the abyss would be about 10 times thicker than it is now. It would even float out and spread all around." As it spoke, it stretched out its claws and pointed at the barren mountains around them. "Do you see that? Why do you think these towering mountains have no vegetation at all? They were all annihilated by the gray fog that spread out." The expressions of Tian and the others changed slightly. It turned out that this was the reason why these mountains were barren. Then, the reason why the Scarlet Plain is so barren and empty is also because of the gray fog in the abyss. Lin Tian asked. "Of course." Whooshing Crocodile nodded. Lin Tian and the others were shocked. They looked at the abyss in the distance, and their eyes flashed. This abyss is really terrifying. They stood on a mountain hundreds of feet away from the abyss. A light breeze floated in the air. "How long do we have to wait?" Bai Qiu asked Whooshing Crocodile. "Grandpa Crocodile, take a look." Whooshing Crocodile looked at the gray fog in the abyss. After 10 breaths, it said, "In about 2 to 3 days, the gray fog will disperse completely. At that time, we can enter the abyss." It had been to the Nirvana abyss twice, so it was naturally very clear about the basic situation of this abyss. Bai Qiu said, "Oh." The group waited quietly here. Then they saw more and more cultivators rushing to this place. They surrounded a large area around the abyss. With a quick glance, there were at least a few thousand people, and the number was still increasing. More and more cultivators were rushing over. Soon, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the gray fog in the abyss dispersed even more. They could already vaguely see the scene below. At this time, nearly 10,000 cultivators had gathered near the abyss. This number was really huge. Lin Tian and the others were a little surprised. "That's nothing. Tens of years ago, there were nearly 100,000 cultivators who came to this place," Qin Feng said. Whooshing Crocodile said. Hearing this, Lin Tian and the others were speechless. However, this also meant that there were many treasures in this abyss. It was very tempting. Otherwise, it would not have attracted so many cultivators. The fog hasn't completely dispersed. Bai Qiu looked ahead and said, "At this time tomorrow it will be completely gone." Whooshing Crocodile said. The group waited here. Then another day passed. On this day, the gray fog in the abyss really dispersed, as Whooshing Crocodile said. Some cultivators threw the demonic beasts that they brought with them into the abyss. After sensing that the other party's roars from the bottom of the abyss and the other party's life fluctuations did not decrease in the slightest, they immediately felt relieved. For a time, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard nonstop. The densely packed cultivators all moved, fighting to be the first to rush into the Nirvana abyss. Let's go. We only have 7 days. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian and the others nodded. They were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the edge of the abyss and jumped straight down. As they descended, the wind whistled in their ears, bringing with it a faint chill. It was as if killing swords were scraping past. The space is gradually getting bigger. It's obviously much wider than the entrance of the abyss. It's already several times bigger. Bai Qiu was surprised. This was a strange phenomenon. Even Lin Tian and the others were surprised. Little girl, don't think that the space below is as wide as the entrance of the abyss above. It's not like that. You have to know that this place is naturally formed by heaven and earth. It can't be judged by common sense. Whooshing Crocodile said, This Nirvana abyss is called an abyss, but it's very vast below. Mountain ranges rise one after another, and it can almost be called a small world. P.S. I'll continue tomorrow. Then, what's that I beg for monthly votes? Everyone has guaranteed monthly votes. Please vote for the 10 directions, Divine King. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 812. Genius 1. Second, remember love divided by little? Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian and the others listened to Whooshing Crocodile's words, nodded slightly, and sped up their descent. Love, go, little, say W. Chew not long after. Great mountains appeared in their field of vision, one after another. Giant trees appeared between the great mountains, one after another, grand and majestic. It's true, the mist swallows the life essence of all living creatures, but there are so many big trees in it. Lin Tian sighed. Nirvana abyss is so strange, but it's nothing. There are many strange things in this world. Whooshing Crocodile said, Soon, for people, and one crocodile landed on the ground. After landing on the ground at the bottom of the abyss, they could see the environment of this space more clearly. Not only were there mountains and lush plants, but there were also hanging waterfalls in the distance. Amazing! Bai Qiu muttered. The place where they landed happened to be on the edge of a mountain. At this time, many cultivators also landed in this position, and many people rushed quickly into the mountain. Then, not long after, someone exclaimed and found a spiritual herb. 500-year-old willow flower. Spirit strengthening grass. Night stone. A precious material for forging high-grade immortal artifacts. Many people were excited. Lin Tian and the others looked in the direction of the sound and couldn't help but be a little surprised. This Nirvana abyss was really unusual. They had just entered, and many people found treasures. Screams sounded and blood splashed to the side. Damn it! How dare you! Someone roared. In front, someone found a treasure, but then it attracted other cultivators to fight for it. For a time, a cruel battle began in an instant. All kinds of treasure lights and secret techniques were everywhere. Soon, more than a dozen cultivators died on the ground. Lin Tian and the others couldn't help but sigh again. The battle in this heaven region was too fierce, and killing was everywhere. Go, go, go! Grandpa Crocodile will bring you to treasure hunt. Whooshing Crocodile waved its claws and said, In this Nirvana abyss there are many mountains, and some of the bigger ones were even smaller mountains. The 4 people and 1 crocodile entered the mountain and used their divine senses to scan the surroundings. Not long after, they dug out 2 ordinary spirit roots and some lingjing. However, this was not a big deal. For the group of people, it was nothing. By the way, let me remind you, there are no living ferocious beasts in this abyss. but there are quite a few dead spirits and evil spirits. Whooshing Crocodile said, "Some of the cultivators who entered this abyss managed to preserve their bodies after they died. Then they gradually changed in the mist of death, similar to the malicious ghosts and ghost kings in the Great Tomb." Ah! Just as it finished speaking, another scream rang out from nearby. As far as the eye could see, a decaying old body suddenly stood up from behind an old tree, its withered claws piercing through a cultivator. Immediately after, similar things happened in other places one after another. Some people cried out miserably, while others roared furiously. Lin Tian and the others were slightly surprised. "There really are!" "Grandpa Crocodile has been here twice." "If Grandpa Crocodile says there are, then there are." Whooshing Crocodile curled its lips, pointed at a few decaying old corpses, and said, "Look carefully, these are the most ordinary dead spirits in this abyss. It's just that their bodies are stronger and they carry corrosive poison, so they are not difficult to deal with. However, some of the stronger ones are very troublesome. Not only are they tyrannical, but their bodies are also wrapped in that gray mist. Even Wujin level powerhouses may be killed by them." Lin Tian and the others nodded, indicating that they understood. Then they once again used their divine senses to scan the mountain and walked to some places further away from the mountain. This mountain was very large. The group walked along this mountain at a very fast speed. After all, there were only 7 days. Under such a time limit, they had to seize every second. About 2 hours later, they walked out of this mountain and found a few pieces of stone jade along the way. They found more than 100 kilograms of lingjing and more than a dozen ordinary spiritual herbs at the same time. "Divine medicine. Give me a divine medicine." Whooshing Crocodile howled. Lin Tian directly ignored it. How could divine medicine be so easy to find? The value of that thing was almost comparable to a sacred weapon. In this nirvana abyss, there were unimaginable mountains. It was like another wasteland. The 4 people and the crocodile walked into another mountain range. In this mountain range, there were old trees. They were shockingly thick and lush, more lush than the outside world. The 4 people and the crocodile walked into this mountain. 5 powerful divine senses were released to explore the surroundings. Now, their strength was very shocking. Although they had not entered the Great Path level, their divine senses were not inferior to ordinary Great Path powerhouses. Whoosh! There was a sound in front of them, bringing with it a foul stench. A withered corpse appeared and rushed toward the group. This was a dead spirit. Its eyes were sunken, and there was a small red dot in each eye. It was its pupil. Lin Tian made his move. With a light flick of his finger, a ray of divine light rushed out and shattered this dead spirit on the spot. Ka! Not far away, the ground exploded, and a large pile of corpses stood up. Among them, there were human corpses, demonic corpses, and even dead spirits with wings on their backs. Moreover, they were all very powerful. Among them, the dead spirit with wings on its back was already comparable to a Great Path cultivator. Its majestic aura of death was appalling. "Let me," Yang Qi said. With a clang, he shook his arm, and a ray of extremely domineering saber light swept out. Slashing sounds rang out one after another. The pile of dead spirits that rushed up was instantly destroyed. Not a single one was left. What a terrifying saber technique! Whooshing Crocodile stared. Even Lin Tian was surprised again. This level of saber technique was really amazing. The mountain range was continuous. The group continued forward. Before long, they had searched the entire mountain range and found many things. However, there was nothing of great value. They were all ordinary lingjing and the like. For hours later, the group walked out of the mountain and walked deeper into the abyss. "Wait," Lin Tian suddenly said. He looked south. In that direction, there was an inconspicuous hill on the ground. There were very few plants on it. The group of people followed his gaze and looked at the small mountain. They asked, "What's wrong?" "Kid, did you find something?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian stared at the hill. It looked very ordinary, but it seemed to contain immortal light. The whole mountain was like a Qilin lying on the ground. "That hill is not simple. There should be something good in it," he said. Hearing that, Baiziki and Baiqiu were moved. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. "Let's go, let's kill our way there. Dig 3 feet into the ground and dig out the treasure," Whooshing Crocodile said. It knew that Lin Tian controlled the dragon burial scripture of the celestial Venerable Zonglong. He was very familiar with the general trend of heaven and earth and the veins of mountains and rivers. Now that Lin Tian said that the hill was not simple, it must contain extraordinary treasures. Lin Tian did not hesitate. He immediately nodded and led the way. They were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the edge of the hill. "Charge!" The 5 elements crocodile cried out, charging in with a whoosh. However, just as they stepped into the hill, the space shook. A dense killing light rushed out from the ground. Baiziki and the others were shocked. This killing light could almost kill a great Tao expert. They attacked at the same time, shattered the killing light, and captured Whooshing Crocodile. "Damn! You scared me to death." Whooshing Crocodile stared. Lin Tian said, "There is killing aura of the earth vein ahead. If we rush in, even a 3rd-tier great Tao expert will be killed." "Damn it, don't say it all at once." Whooshing Crocodile cursed. Lin Tian was speechless. He let the others follow behind him. He walked in front and came to the place where the killing aura of the earth vein gathered. The dragon patterns under his feet spread and extended to the ground. Soon, all the killing aura of the earth vein below was suppressed. "Let's go." Now his cultivation had reached the 9th tier of immortal ascension. His life origin had transformed and sublimated once. He had also mastered the great Tao. Under such circumstances, his dragon burial scripture was naturally stronger. It was very easy to deal with the killing aura of the earth vein here. Soon, he led the group of people across the killing aura of the earth vein and walked down the hill. There was very little vegetation in the hill. There was a canyon in front of them. The canyon was very deep, and there was a faint white fog intertwining inside. Lin Tian walked toward the small canyon and walked straight in. As they walked, the white fog around them gradually thickened. It even blocked their vision. They could only see within 30 feet at most. They didn't walk for long when they suddenly smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. They saw a stalk of dark green grass growing on the side of a large rock about 10 feet away. The grass stalk was more than 2 inches tall. Its leaves were as big as a baby's palm. They were flowing with strands of sparkling luster. Spirit accumulation elixir. The 5 elements crocodile's eyes lit up. It waved its claws and took it over through the air. It clicked its tongue and said, "I didn't expect that there's actually another world in this inconspicuous, small mountain. There's actually such an extraordinary, precious medicine. This thing can purify the divine sense again. It is also very valuable to the experts of the great Tao realm. It seems that no one has ever stepped into this hill. There are no traces of cultivators entering here," Baiqiu said. The others nodded. It seemed that this place was very natural. There were indeed no traces of other living beings entering here. Lin Tian walked in front and continued forward. Not long after, the space in front of them distorted. There were strands of killing light floating in the air, intertwining with a terrifying aura. "It can kill great Tao cultivators." Whooshing Crocodile stared. Lin Tian raised his hand. A dragon seal gathered in his palm and slowly pressed down. Sizzling sounds were heard. He used the dragon patterns to form a seal. In the blink of an eye, the killing light was shattered. "It feels so good to control a technique like the dragon burial scripture." Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue and said, "The group, followed behind Lin Tian and continued to walk into the depths of the canyon. In the next hour, they encountered a few more traps that could threaten the experts of the Great Tao. However, for Lin Tian, who controlled the dragon burial scripture, they were nothing. The traps were broken one by one, so the group did not face any danger. Soon, they arrived at the depths of the canyon. When they arrived here, the grass stalks on the ground gradually became vigorous. The spiritual energy was rich, and there were many extraordinary spirit herbs. Chapter 813. A genius remembers love in 1 second divided by small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. As far as the eye could see, the spiritual herbs were at least 2 inches tall. They had a sparkling luster intertwined with each other, and the medicinal fragrance they emitted was extremely strong. They gathered together and did not disperse. It was very extraordinary. When they took a closer look, the age of these spiritual herbs was extremely shocking. Almost all of them had a history of more than 1,000 years. The group was shocked, and some of their eyes lit up. Tempering one's soul, tempering one's blood energy, tempering one's divine power, tempering one's true essence, they really have everything. Whooshing crocodiles stared. It could be said that these spiritual medicines alone were worth a lot of treasures. Immediately, the group started to pick all the spiritual herbs here. Kid, are these the treasures you're talking about? They're not bad and have a lot of value. Whooshing crocodile said, these spiritual herbs, a single one was nothing to them, but the advantage was that there were many of them. After refining them, they could increase their strength by a little. It could make their blood chi, physique, divine sense, and divine power stronger. It shouldn't be. There should be other, more valuable things. Lin Tian shook his head. Faint dragon light intertwined in his eyes. Suddenly, circles of dragon light spread out from the soles of his feet, extending in all directions. The group knew that he was exploring this mountain, so they did not disturb him and waited quietly at the side. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. At this time, Lin Tian's eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of light. He lowered his head and looked at the ground. Below, he said. The group looked at the ground, and a glimmer of light flashed in their eyes. Dig. Whooshing crocodile was the most active. It directly waved its claws and smashed into the ground. However, unexpectedly, the ground here is very hard. With its current cultivation, it only smashed a little, and its claws were a little numb. This made it could not help but stare. Damn it! What kind of broken ground is this? How can it be so hard? I'll do it. Lin Tiandao. He took a step forward, raised his golden fist, and smashed it into the ground. Suddenly, there was a loud rumble, and a large area of the ground collapsed, sinking several inches. Even the thick fog in the surroundings was blown away. The Bai-siblings, Yang Qi, and Whooshing Crocodile were all shocked. What a freak! I'm afraid that even a barbarian king body of the same level can't compare to this body. What's going on with you, kid? Whooshing Crocodile widened its eyes. Lin Tianyi smiled. He didn't say anything and continued to attack. His physical body was undoubtedly the strongest in the group. Soon, he broke through the outer layer of soil, revealing an even harder layer of diamond and iron. At this moment, even though he was using his physical body to pave the way, it was still difficult for him to do so. Use Tao soldiers. Baiziki said. Lin Tian nodded. He held up an upper-grade Tao soldier-level longsword and took out the High Heavens sword scripture before slashing at the ground. The others also had superior-grade Tao soldier-level weapons. They all attacked, causing the adamantine rocks to shatter rapidly. Soon, a quarter of an hour had passed. At this moment, when another layer of adamantine rocks was broken, an extremely dense spiritual chi gushed out, causing the 4 people and 1 crocodile to tremble. All the pores on their bodies seemed to be expanding. At this moment, looking down under the broken adamantine rocks, there was a large pile of sparkling and translucent crystals. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was extremely abundant, like a spiritual cave. Immortal Lingjing Mine. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened, and its saliva almost flowed out. A glint flashed across Lin Tian's eyes, and he hastily took action. He set up a grand sealing formation to suppress the spiritual energy in this place to prevent other cultivators from discovering it and barging in. He stared down. The pieces of immortal Lingjing were put together. He roughly estimated that there was about 9,000 kilograms of it. It was comparable to 90 million kilograms of Lingjing. Divine treasure! Wuxing Crocodile was excited. At this moment, not only was it shocked, but Bai Qiu was also shocked. Even Bai Ziki and Yang Qi were shocked. With so many pieces of immortal Lingjing piled together, it was enough to make an expert at the peak of Wuzhen jealous, and they would fight for it with their lives. Hurry up and refine it to improve your cultivation, Lin Tian said. The immortal spirit crystal was an amalgamation of pure and fragmented spiritual energy of heaven and earth. To a cultivator, no matter what realm they were in, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth could be used to directly improve their cultivation without any side effects. It was the same even for super experts in the chaotic realm. It was just that the amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth required was so enormous that it was beyond imagination. Therefore, experts at that level generally did not rely mainly on spiritual chi of heaven and earth to improve their cultivation, but on comprehension. He set up another sealing formation here, and then came to the immortal Lingjing with the Bai-siblings and the others. The 4 people and 1 crocodile nodded to each other, and each sat down cross-legged in a position, directly channeling their respective ancient scriptures. In the blink of an eye, the immortal Lingjing in this place emitted a bright light, drowning the 4 people and 1 crocodile. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on one side, the surface of his body faintly golden, guiding the immortal Lingjing essence here into his body, tempering his divine power again and again, and at the same time using it to temper his physique. And as usual, next to his life source, the little guy in the divine egg woke up, letting out a happy squeak, and began to absorb the immortal Lingjing essence here with him, causing the patterns on the surface of the divine egg to become brighter. Suddenly, more immortal Lingjing essence rushed toward Lin Tian, drowning him like a shocking waterfall. This scene shocked the other 3 people and 1 crocodile, and they were a little surprised. However, the group quickly calmed down again, and each of them immersed themselves in cultivation. Suddenly, 5 different kinds of light intertwined in this space, causing the immortal Lingjing in this place to decrease rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, about 1/10 of it was gone. Lin Tian silently cultivated the Heart Sutra of Sun, and the golden light outside his body gradually became stronger as the immortal Lingjing essence entered his body, turning him into a sun. On the side, Baiziki and the others also surged with divine light, completely drowning out this place in an instant. Because the time they could stay in this abyss was very limited, only 7 days, at this time the group channeled their ancient scriptures to the extreme, and the light they emitted was naturally very dense, causing the immortal Lingjing essence around them to be quickly depleted. Immortal Lingjing essence surged like a river into the group of people. The golden light outside Lin Tian's body was shockingly dense, and the ripples of Tao laws involuntarily spread, clearly becoming more powerful. At this moment, his divine sense once again came to the boundless world, watching the exchange of day and night, watching the sun rise and set, watching the flowers bloom and wither, watching the 4 seasons change as usual. He was like a passerby in this world, watching the evolution of all things, watching the exchange of prosperity and decline. Then, the ripples of Tao laws on his body gradually became denser, and more great Tao laws were imprinted in his body, causing his essence, energy, and spirit to rise rapidly. He could feel all of this, but he was very quiet and seemed very calm. Just like this, 10 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, only about 1/10 of the immortal Lingjing fragments were left in this place. It was also at this time that the ripples of Tao laws on Lin Tian's body reached a critical point, causing him to suddenly open his eyes. Vaguely, two extremely hazy rays of light flashed through his eyes. His pupils seemed to have turned into two huge universes in an instant. They were extremely deep and difficult to see through. Half-step great Tao, he muttered to himself. He clenched his fist slightly, and his physique, divine sense, vitality, and divine power all became stronger. Most importantly, he circulated his divine power, and the power of Tao interweaved at the tip of his fist. It didn't show any terrifying fluctuations, but it was vast and terrifying. He took a deep breath. Although he still didn't know what kind of Tao law this was, he didn't care too much about it. Soon he put away all his thoughts, and the ripples of Tao laws also slowly disappeared into his body. Boom! For powerful auras intertwined one after another. Bai Qiu stepped into the 9th heavenly layer. Wuxing Crocodile, Baiziki, and Yangqi all stepped into the half-step Great Tao realm, and the ripples of Tao laws on their bodies became even stronger. This is awesome! Wuxing Crocodile howled. It hadn't been long since they stepped into the 5th heaven, but they had made continuous progress. Now, they were only half a step away from the Great Tao realm. It was really amazing. Throughout history, no one could compare to them. Baiziki and the others also had some intertwining light in their eyes, but they didn't say anything. At this time, there were still a lot of immortal Lingjing fragments left. The 4 people and 1 crocodile all calmed down and began to consolidate their cultivation. Just like this, another hour passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the immortal Lingjing fragments in this place were completely consumed, leaving only some immortal Lingjing fragments. The 4 people and 1 crocodile stood up, and their essence, energy, and spirit soared. Every move they made had unparalleled power. The half-step Great Tao realm was still considered the 9th heavenly layer of the connecting immortal realm, but it was far beyond the ordinary 9th heavenly layer. Their combat power was much stronger than ordinary 9th heavenly layer experts. Boy, are there any more treasures here? Wuxing Crocodile asked. No. Lin Tian shook his head. He raised his hand and unlocked the sealing formation he had set up before. Suddenly, wisps of wind and waves drifted from outside. His sealing formation was a complete 6th-order peak formation. Not only could it isolate auras, but it could also resist other things. There's still slightly more than 6 days left. Let's go. Let's continue to search for treasures and strive to excavate a few more spiritual crystal mines. Then I will enter the Grand Tao realm in one go. Only by entering the Grand Tao realm can I truly be free. Wuxing Crocodile said. Immediately, Lin Tian led the way, breaking through the earth vein death traps one after another. Soon, they walked out of the small mountain. They soared into the sky, left the small mountain, and headed to other places. During this process, the number of mountains in this nirvana abyss was shocking. They were connected together, and some of the waterfalls hanging in the air were over 300 meters tall. It was a magnificent sight to the point of being shocking. It's really majestic. It's really hard to imagine the scene in this abyss. Bai Qiu said,